Turn the big wheel, let the signals ride. Out behind the house in the little wooden shack, red glow of the tubes, no turning back. Cold winter wind howling through the trees, but inside it's warm with the world on its knees. Dialing slow through the hiss and the roar, faint voices rising from a distant shore. Skywave bouncing off the F-layer high, 7 megahertz cutting through the sky. Friends on the friendly night. Voices in the night, thousands of miles away. Spooky signals dancing in the gray. Logbook open wide, pen in my hand, riding down the world across the land. Italian OM with the song in his voice, Brazilian PY breaking through the noise. The band is alive when the sun goes down, delay fades and the magic comes round. Ionosphere glowing, bending the wave, bringing me voices I'm dying to say. Voices in the night, calling through the dark, 40 meters burning with a lonely spark. From Tokyo to Moscow, Buenos Aires light, international friends on the friendly night. Voices in the night, thousands of miles away. Spooky signals dancing in the bray. Logbook filling up, page after page. Ham radio brothers on the global stage. Hear them fading in, and then fading out. Ghosts on the band, no one about. A signal from nowhere, a call in the blue. 40 meters, magic coming straight to you.
Right.
tomorrow. For the voices in the night.
Okay, yes, hello everybody. This is the Sights and Sounds of Earth. My name is Ian. I'm here tonight with you. We are early. We have come in early because we've got a situation brewing here. The Democrats have called for riots tonight, basically. I mean, if they say that Trump called for an insurrection, I guess we can say that, right? Tim Walz came out today and said people need to take to the streets, and I think that's what's going on right now. We've got protests active right now in Minneapolis. I've got scanner feeds going on. We are going to be monitoring Minneapolis, St. Paul. I'm just trying to figure out what we're listening to. Okay, I think that's ATC, and I don't need that. And I also turned off the amateur stuff, so I'm just down to St. Paul Police and Ramsey County Sheriff and Bloomington, Richfield, and Edna Public Safety. I don't know. The St. Paul Police has got 126, so that one might be something worth listening to. But I've got them turned up. We will be monitoring them. If they get busy, we can go to them. Now, what we got on the big screen tonight, by the way, I'm Ian. This is the Sights and Sounds of Earth on Starship Adventures. And tonight we are live monitoring all of the things that we've got going on here. And we've got a lot of stuff going on here. We've got Portland Andy's up. We've got a bunch of different feeds up all over the place. And I'm trying to keep as many of them going for you guys as I can. Many of these are coming from different social media sites. There's also some screwed up ones coming in, whatever. You can see there that most of these are. I'm fairly sure all of these are live. I'm trying to vet them as best I can. The upper right is a chopper shot, but it's dark. It's hard to see. And I keep trying to think something's on fire there in the middle of the road. You guys can help me out with that. I'm not sure, but the upper right, these are all supposedly Minneapolis, although I hear there is also stuff going on in Portland and possibly LA, but and I am trying to watch everywhere I can. Yes, I'm in early, and it is because everything is going crazy.
585, receiver WE08.
All right, I want to take not only scanner feeds tonight, I'm going to take those when I can, although there's not really any great ones. There's none of them that are going to put us listening to the cops in downtown, if you know what I mean. So it's kind of a waste, but we've got it up anyway, and I'm going to be checking in with it. I also have audio on a bunch of these different feeds, and I can split them left and right. Let's see what we got for audio here. I don't hear nothing on that one.
Americans do to show support or solidarity with what's happening?
I mean, if you want my honest opinion,
yes, please.
Unfortunately,
this is the one right above me, right there.
Americans in general, there's a real lack of empathy and understanding that, you know, if this happens to anybody in the world, that it could happen to you and people that you love, and if your communities are affected, you're affected. People are so, all I see are people just into themselves.
Okay. And that's going to cause me to stop right there and discuss something very frankly with you guys before we go any further on tonight's broadcast. Okay, here we go. As you guys know, I'm a retired fire chief, former police officer, and I currently work in the media. I've got some unique points of view on this kind of stuff, okay? And I'm going to tell you guys that I've watched this video several times. And I am satisfied with the officer's performance. I believe that he was justified. It was a justified shoot. And I want to discuss this real quick before we go further, because the very first audio I turn up is some woman talking about how she was a mother. Oh my God, this is so terrible. Why'd they have to kill her? Okay, let's start at the beginning. This woman got up this morning and decided to go and get into her little SUV and drive to a location where there was going to be police action going on. Number one, that's her decision. Okay? Number two, okay, she decided to park her personal vehicle between where the ICE agents were and where the ICE agents needed to go to perform their duty. That's a felony. That's obstruction. That's her choice. That's two. Okay? These are her choices. She chose to go there. She chose to fuel her car. She chose to drive across town. These are all her choices. Then when she's directed to stop the vehicle and turn it off, she doesn't. She doesn't comply. That's her choice. Look, sometimes I'm very critical about the police because I was one and I think they're way overdoing it right now. But in this case here, the cop was justified in this shoot. I'm sorry, I can't go any other way around it. Okay? And then everybody's like, well, she was startled. That's why she drove through him. Okay? She was startled. So, are you which of her bad decisions are you trying? You're blaming the fact that she drove over the cop on the fact that she was startled. Is that what you're saying? Yes. Okay. If we excuse that, she still chose to go there. She chose to intervene. She chose to interject herself. She chose to obstruct federal law enforcement. All those decisions are hers, regardless of whether she got startled or not. And then she ran a cop over. And she got shot and killed. That's what happens, dude. Seriously. Yeah, here's the thing, Big Bear, and I understand what you're saying, and I was in a situation like this where another officer pulled his weapon and shot, and I agree that in a lot of cases law enforcement could move out of the way, and that seems to make sense to be the right thing to do. But you have to remember, you're in the head of the officer. It's the heat of the moment, and that's how they're trained to react. So from what I saw and what I know about law enforcement training and what I know about their use of force and their escalation policy, I'm satisfied with it. Could someone involved have done something better that would have made it come out better? Yes. Could the officer have gotten out of the way of the van? Probably, maybe. But did he realize he could have got out of the way of the van? And I'm not an apologist for cops. Please understand something. I'm a former cop, and I think that cops are full of shit about half the time. All right? Even when I was an auxiliary cop while I was a full-time firefighter, there was a lot of cops I did not like. I did not get along with because I didn't think they were honest. I didn't think that they were fair, and I thought they were violent. And so even back then, back in the 90s, I wasn't happy with law enforcement, even when I was a cop. And I'm certainly not happy with them now that they seem to violate people's rights on the daily. But in this particular case, I watched it, and it was a split-second decision. That's correct. Yeah, I don't see a lack of humanity. I don't. When you choose to go to a location where you know that there's going to be armed men running and chasing after people and arresting them, and you choose to go there, that is the first subsequent harmful event. That's where it began. You chose to go there. Then once she arrived there, she crossed the barrier where she drove off the road to get to where she was. That, again, in that situation, she chose to interject herself. She chose to put her personal vehicle in the path of federal agents that were performing duties that they were ordered to perform. Okay? If you disagree with what they're being told to do, then your problem is with the administration, not with the ICE agents. They're doing what they were told, okay? She chose to interject herself. Then she chose to not comply with numerous orders that were given to her, and then she drove and punched it, and she chose to try to drive away or whatever she was doing. I'm sorry, that's how I see it. Yeah, I didn't see them straight up murdering anybody. I was a cop. Am I happy with it? No. I actually agree with you guys that I do believe he could have probably cleared the front of that van. Whether he knew that or not will always be a point of debate. But I believe he probably could have, but that doesn't mean that would have been the only action that would have been acceptable, okay? I, a lot of times, do not agree with uses of force. But this woman chose the path that she went down, all right? And there was obviously some restraint being used. Was it perfect? No. I don't like the way it came out. Did I want that woman to lose her life? No. But she should not have interjected herself like that. That's her bad. The officer acted within his training and policy. So you can't blame the officer for what he did because he was acting within his training and policy. If the problem with the officer maybe is that you don't like his training and policy, then that's again an administrative problem to take up with the agency or to get with your congressman. I'm not trying to be an ass, but I'm just saying, I'm the first one to blame the cop, especially when they're being pricks, all right? But these guys they're given a tough job right now. They're being doxxed. Their homes are being messed with. They're having all kinds of issues. The kids of these guys that are ICE members, their children in school are being harassed. There's a lot they're going through right now. And you know what gets me? 40 or 50% of them are Mexican. And they're down there helping us maintain the sovereignty of our country by ejecting people that are here unlawfully. People that both the Democrats and the Republicans have decided repeatedly over and over and over again that they're here illegally. Barack Obama ejected hundreds of thousands of illegals while he was president. Just because Joe Biden didn't do it. Bill Clinton did it a lot. I think he ejected more than one of the Bushes, I think. This whole thing about it, Republicans just hate brown people. No! Are you kidding me? I'm all for legal immigration. I mean, come on. But these people came here illegally. I don't care what the circumstances are. It's irrelevant. If I'm starving to death and I break into your house and I steal food out of your refrigerator and I'm sitting there eating it when you come home, I'm not a burglar, right? Because I was hungry, because there was a need, because I was hungry, you shouldn't be able to charge me with burglary, right? Because I was hungry. I needed to eat. So I broke into your house and stole food from you. That's okay, though, because I was hungry, right? No, it doesn't work that way. And their country may be shitty, but just because their country's shitty, don't mean they can come move here and make our country shitty. Come in the legal way. I will welcome you. You know, one of the things that will bring me to tears every time is watching people get sworn in and get their citizenship. I love it. I love it because those people followed the rules. Those people did what they were supposed to do. And those people are happy and proud. This is the proudest day of their life to get that citizenship. And I'm happy for them. But I have no feelings for these people that came here illegally and broke into my country and remained in my country. So that's how I feel about it. I'm sorry if people get upset with me. That's one thing or the other. But it is what it is. All right. Do I think ICE needs to follow all the rules? They need to do it right. Yes. They need to be careful how much force they're using. If there's alleged too much force, it needs to be investigated. This is not a license for them to fly off the handle, and it better not be. All right? Because I'll come down on them too. I'm the first one to call out aggressive cops, nasty cops, and especially improper, illegal uses of force. I'm the first one to call it out. This wasn't an accident today. This woman chose this path. She chose this course of action. And I almost, looking at the video about the third time, I thought to myself, I think she's a martyr. I think she wanted to be a martyr. I really do. Yeah, go see how, yes, neighbor, yes. Go to Mexico illegally without checking in and start working down there and not paying taxes and see how kindly they take to that shit. That's Mama Bleep. Mama Bleep, Bleep, Bleep. She's doing her thing tonight. She went out. She stayed out for a while today. Deploribus. Is that really a crime? Oh boy. Yeah. Like I said, I feel bad for the woman. I do. I do. Would I have gone like this and changed it if I could? Sure. But the point is, she chose her path, and she walked it. Now, I don't know. Maybe this was what she was destined to do. Maybe she now becomes some kind of a focal point in time where now the protests are all going to start back up again. I got to tell you guys something. These ICE protests have been malander at best. They've been like, seriously, I've never seen, because there's only been really, there's 5 kinds of people that show up at these things. There's right-winger people that are anti-protesters or counter-protesters. There's YouTube media and regular media, and that accounts for sometimes as much as 20% of the people that are there, okay? And then you've got your dyed-in-the-wool liberals that are out there, and those are generally women. They generally have some off-color hair, and they generally have money. And they're out there. And then you got your university types, and then you got your peace types. They're the ones in the inflatables out there. I'm in a dinosaur costume. Nobody's gonna fight. I'm gonna stand between the Trump people and the whatever they call the Biden people, the senility people. I'm gonna stand between these people so that so they don't fight. Look at me. I'm Barney. I'm an idiot. Those are the 5 kinds of people that you find out there. Okay, and if you notice, most of those people aren't really the protesters. The people that are actually, there's a guy that rode his bike every day down to that ICE thing in Portland, and every day he had the title, going down to see the ICE protests, yada, yada, yada. And then when he gets down there, there's nothing there. And he ends up finding 3 or 4 other YouTubers, and they all sit around filming each other for 3 or 4 hours. That was the protest. Technically, there was no protest, as there was really no protesters there. There was YouTubers waiting around hoping that spontaneously, suddenly, a protest would erupt. Okay, I mean, that's cool. I understand. But see, what I'm trying to say is, and I'm not being an apologetic, because like I said, I think he probably could have got out of the way. But what you have to understand is, and I know this because I was a cop, all right? I was a cop. I faced this situation. I had decided to shoot and take care of somebody one night that was shooting at us, and it all resolved itself right before I pulled the trigger. And thank God it did. And so I've been in these situations, and the biggest perception problem with these situations is you're looking at a video and you're analyzing it over and over, and you're seeing it from multiple angles. But the problem is that officer was acting in the moment, seeing it only from one angle, from his own eyes. And the adrenaline and the fear that you might be hurt or killed. When you add those 4 or 5 facts on top of what I saw on the video, I say it's a clean shoot, and it is hard to convince me it's a clean shoot anymore. But I think it's a clean shoot. She chose to interject herself. She's today's FAFO, and she found out. If she didn't go down there, if she didn't go around the thing, if she didn't drive up between everything, if she just complied with their orders, at any time she could have stopped this bad thing from happening. When you're driving a car around cops and driving into cops and stopping cops and preventing cops, and you think they're not going to shoot you? I mean, I'm sorry, I don't see it. I hardly ever take the cops' side anymore, because I'm starting to see them really overdo it on everything. But this one here, it's like he's automatically wrong because it's ICE. Because people have strong feelings and emotions, leading with the heart, if you will. But I'm putting emotions aside, despite how I sound. If you put emotions aside and you look at this thing realistically, okay, it was not a bad shoot. It was not. Was it a great shoot? No. I'm glad I'm not his captain. I wouldn't want to have to write the press release. That being said, it was certainly would never be anything that he would get convicted on in court. I can tell you that right now. Just the fact that he was acting in the heat of the moment. Just the fact that she was making the aggressive moves. She was causing the deadly sized vehicle to move. These things alone make her the aggressor and make him the defender. And then when she lurched towards him, yes, he probably could have got on icy roads. Did he know he could have got out of the way? I'll never know if he knew in his mind, or if he thought in his mind that he could have got out of the way. They taught me in the academy, they taught us, don't shoot at cars. Bullets don't stop cars. Don't shoot at cars. And I've always found that to be great advice. And like I said, if I was that officer, I doubt you would have had shots fired. Just because I would rather get out of the situation and then go chase that sumbitch down. That's me. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's the best shoot I've ever seen, okay? But it is certainly well within policy and well within state law in that state, I'm pretty sure. So that's all I'm going to say. I don't want to argue. If you think I'm wrong, you could be right. I love differing opinions, and your opinions are welcome in here. My moderators will not ban you or time out you for honest opinions about stuff. Now, if you get childish or you start using a bunch of slurs and stuff, or you put the same thing in over and over and over and over and over, we'll do what we do. But we do run a free speech chat room. Why did he murder her? He murdered her. That's ridiculous. I'm sorry. That is an absolute absurd point of view, that he murdered her. I mean, first of all, murder is the intentional killing of another human. Do you think he intentionally wanted to kill her? So you would never prove murder in court, number one. And number two, it wasn't murder. It was homicide. But that's not illegal. But it was not murder. I'm telling you right now. Murder is the intentional killing. If it's in the, if you plan it out and you schedule it and you buy a gun and you drive there and you do it, that's first degree murder, premeditated. Okay? If it's the heat of the moment, you walk in, your old lady's in bed with your best friend and you shoot her in the face, that's second degree murder, because it's in the heat of passion, heat of the moment, and it was not a planned event. Okay? And then you have manslaughter. which is homicide, which is basically you caused the death of somebody through a means other than being on purpose, like it was negligent, for instance. And I don't believe you have any of the elements for any of the three of those, because she caused the situation. He didn't go to work that day looking for someone to shoot. This person, from everything we've been able to find out, and that's not a lot, but from everything we've been able to find out, this officer's done a good job. He's taken all the training. He's been around for a little while. And when you look at the video and you look at how aggressive she was being and not following their directives, look, we had somebody lunge towards us one night, and my partner put 5 in the windshield. Luckily, it didn't kill the 14-year-old that was driving. It's the heat of the moment. It's a deadly weapon. You're standing on icy roads. You don't know, from your vantage point, you don't know. All you know is deadly weapon coming, training teaches me deadly weapon returning. Period. So, he murdered her. I'm sorry, but that's absurd on its face. Now, if you want to say it was an unjustified shoot, we can argue that. But to say it was murder is absurd. So, please, just look at that one. Well, yeah, Dom, it's always, I don't even carry a gun. I had a permit for years. I don't need one anymore. I can open carry or close carry in my state without a permit. I have guns. I have guns at the ready. I can carry guns in go bags, guns ready to go. I don't take them with me. You want to know why? I don't go anywhere where I need a gun. I only carry a gun with me when I'm going somewhere where I think I need a gun. I haven't carried a gun in years. Because I don't want trouble. Unlike this woman, I don't drive down and interject my shit in other people's business. I don't know it's Trump derangement syndrome. I gotta find my Trumpanol ad. This segment is brought to you by Trumpanol. Bringing reality back to the masses. Trumpanol, take 2 a day. Sold wherever Trump derangement syndrome drugs are sold. Yes, it's self-defense. Look, if someone breaks into your house and you blow them away, and then when the lights come on, they didn't have a gun, you're not going to get charged with that. You want to know why? Because from your point of view, at that moment in time, your life was threatened by a man coming through the door and you didn't know if he was armed or not, so you blew him away. It's a justified shoot. Because we're not looking at it in hindsight, we're looking at it from your point of view during the incident. Okay, you guys understand that, right? There's a big difference in perception here. And that's where I think when a lot of people watch police videos, they don't give that benefit of the doubt to the officers. And like I said, I'm not an apologist for cops. As a matter of fact, if you've watched me for any period of time, you're probably a little shocked that I'm going to the defense of this officer. But I call each one as I see it.
Officer on scene advising the closest intersection is going to be 44th and Mackey.
I know, Junior, but I don't care. Whatever. First sign of trouble, I hit the gas and I go. They see nothing but taillights. Well, Dom, we know that a lot of the protesters are paid. We know that, like, on day 1 and day 2, it was fairly organic back when they started the No King stuff. But on day 3, we started having these pods of people showing up, all wearing the same color shirts, all wearing this, all putting up the same signs, printed at the same print house, and you could tell pretty readily which ones were corporate or George Soros or whoever, and which ones were organic. And what you find with the left is most of their protests are not organic at all. there's some people that do show up organically. Hey, I heard there's a protest, and I'm a bleeding heart liberal, and I really hate the way we're treating all these poor, innocent, guilty people that are here, and so I'm going to go down and protest. There is some people that do that. But a lot of times, many of these people are anarchists. They don't care about your cause. They're literally just walking through the crowd, waiting for shit to go south so that they can make it a lot worse. A lot of these people are YouTubers, and a lot of these people are mainstream media, and a lot of these people are anti-counter protesters. And by the time you get done with it, you see 1,000 people out there. Only 200 of them showed up for the actual protest. Yeah, Junior, the castle doctrine. We have that here in Florida. You can absolutely protect your home. You can absolutely protect your home with deadly force. We have a stand your ground law here. Hey, that's smart thinking, Ron. I will say, they were using buses in LA. It was buses that was bringing them in. We caught it on camera 3 or 4 times. I think I got a dupe up here. Just give me a second here. I'm gonna see if I can switch that one out. Yes, Mama. What are you doing, big old girl? She reaches out and claws me a little bit, like, hey, don't forget me. You spend all the time talking to them people on there, but you don't ever spend no time with me. Hey, Heath, how's it going? Yeah, I'm a little early tonight. I came on early because of all this protesting. Let's go ahead and take a little sound. I got to turn a couple things off here. I'm starting to get a roly-poly going. Let me kill some of this stuff here.
81.
Sometimes you just have to go through and just get rid of all them tabs. There we go. There we go. All right. I think that one in the middle is earlier, just a little while ago. I'm going to leave it up for a minute and see if it'll resolve itself. I thought that was on our end, but I think some of these are having a problem on the other end. All right, here's one. There's a lot of people out there, and this is Governor Newsom did this to us. Thank you very much. Appreciate that, prick. Matter of fact, I'm going to hold on. I'm going to play you guys some audio. I haven't tried this yet, but I'm going to try something real quick here and see if I can get this to work. Give me just 1 second. I want you guys to hear this ignorant horse shit. Okay, so let me make sure this is going to play here.
We hear from neighbors during public input about what they want to see done with the Seven Islands development in Cape Coral. Tonight on Link, Fort Myers City Council approves the construction contract for a new park in the Forum neighborhood. The nearly $5 million contract will go toward a 4.6-acre park, complete with a pickleball facility, a building with restrooms and office space, bike racks, and fountains. There's no timeline for construction yet. Link News was out to Port Charlotte today for our latest Link Listens event. We saw a wonderful turnout with dozens of people making their way to us every hour as we begin work to get results for their concerns.
It just amazes me how Windows Sound just does, it never wants to work right for me. I really hate that. Damn it. Let me switch everything over to C again.
You have something to share with us. Will be out on Marco Island on January 30th from 8 in the morning to 1 in the afternoon. For Wink News.
It just doesn't work. It just doesn't fucking work. I swear, I get so aggravated that nothing ever works for me. Damn it. Damn, this aggravates me. This is aggravating. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to get this resolved. Damn it. Oh well, we're just gonna move on. We'll just move right on. Think of how else I can do this. Let's see if this works.
Desire to get out and protest and to...
There we go. That's working. All right, so I'm going to play this clip. This is douchebag Tim Walz, tampon Tim Walz, you know, jazz hands. And this is him talking about... this is him telling people what he thinks they should do tonight.
I want Minnesotans to hear this from me. The desire to get out and protest and to speak up to this administration of how wrong this is, that is a patriotic duty at this point in time. I want Minnesotans to...
So there you go. According to Tampon Tim, it's your patriotic duty to go out there and cause mayhem tonight. And here's the other one. Here's the mayor of this fine town. This wonderful guy, Mayor Fry, or as I call him, douchebag. But anyway, here he is. Excuse the F word. I had it beeped on the one at work, but I can't get that one. So he's going to say the F word. He's a bad man. Here we go.
And I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here. Your stated reason for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite. People are being hurt. Families are being ripped apart. Long-term Minneapolis residents that have contributed so greatly to our city, to our culture, to our economy are being terrorized, and now somebody is dead. That's on you. And it's also on you to leave.
It's on you, Boner.
It's on you to make sure that further loss of life and injury is not done.
Well, there you go. That from Mayor Fry, the guy who's the mayor over the mayhem that we see going on right here, right now. So there you go. That's Mayor Fry. Yeah, Scumbag Tim Walz, or Tampon Tim, or Jazz Hands. He's got a lot of names, that guy. I like ice in my tea. Yeah, it is it's an FAFO situation, because I'm gonna tell you what, she made all these decisions herself. It's unfortunate. I wish that she was not dead tonight, but she made these decisions herself. Wow, that's crazy, Deploribus. You know, I think I've heard about that, but it was a long time ago. Yeah, that's crazy. I can't believe that's true. Do you really believe that? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Who's protesting? I don't see much of a protest. There was well over 1,000 out earlier. Now I don't know how many are out now. I'm looking at some of these pictures. That middle one up top there, I'm going to be replacing. Let me look and see what I can find for that. It's hard because there's a lot of spoofs. There's a lot of spoofs out right now. It's ridiculous. Oh, see, they're having a vigil for her. But see, what bothers me is these are the same people that are upset because of what happened to Maduro. It's like they're socialists or something. Hey, thanks for joining. My fist through the wall, man. Thank you for joining. All right. Yep. That's the candlelight vigil going on up in the upper square right there. Nobody's seen Chelsea in a while. The Clinton crime wave. I love it. It all started with a server in a bathroom. So anyway, yeah, tonight basically most of what you're seeing here on your screen, almost all of it, the only reason I say almost is because I can't actually vet every single thing, but most everything on your screen is live, and most all of it is in Minnesota right now. And there is more and more links being put up. And so I'm going to start switching some more of these out that are not showing anything new or whatever. Let's see, let's take some audio here. Okay.
St. Paul. She had been there and she was a local resident. She was only trying to protect herself and her neighbors. She did not deserve this.
That's the woman in top center.
We are here to demand more for her. Today we are here to demand for the ICE agent to get arrested immediately. Shame on
taking some natural sound. Your left and right ear are two separate audio sources. I think those guys are really close together. I'm hearing the same audio. Oh no! We got counter protesters out there. The demon. Oh, that's bad. That's funny. Do they do candlelight vigils when our military personnel get killed in foreign theaters of operation? Do these people do candlelight vigils when 3 cops are killed by some crazy nut? Do they do it when 5 firemen are dying, a roof collapse in a fire? No, but they'll do it for the woman that drove her car all up there in the middle of shit that wasn't her business. Well, that's what I'm waiting on, is the party to get started. I am probably going to stay on late tonight. We normally go from 9 to 11 Eastern, but I'm planning on staying on late. I am going to take hourly breaks. I'm getting ready to take my first break. I hate to do it because I will probably lose about 20 or 30 or 40 of you guys, but that's okay. Come back in a few minutes. We'll be back on. I leave all the screens on. Everything will keep going while we're at break. And I'm gonna, instead of playing music like I normally do, I'm gonna leave on the natural
Shane,
sound.
get over here.
I will leave on the natural sound. All right, so guys, like I said, my name is Ian, and I'm gonna take my 7-minute break here. I do take a break after I've been on for so long, and right now I'm coming up on my first hour. I do need to get up and walk around a little bit. My voice is not doing well, but it is holding in there tonight. So yeah, like and subscribe. Guys, this is Starship Adventures, and this is what we do here. Special coverage of anything. We do politics, but we prefer science, and we do everything in between, including ham radio, space weather, storm chasers, police pursuits, manhunts. We do a little bit of everything here on Starship Adventures. I'm glad you guys found us tonight. Please hit that subscribe button. Also check out our backup channel, Starship After Dark. And we also have a music channel over there as well on Starship After Dark. All right, guys, I just stay with us. The coverage does continue. I will continue with the natural sound, and I will be back in about 6 or 7 minutes. Thank you for being here. This is Starship Adventures.
Oh, yeah. We're scared.
Trump says get back, we say fight back, get back, get back.
Jack off, fucking jack off.
Fight back, get back. Trump says get back.
So everyone here, do not relent, do not give up. Let me
We
tell
say
you,
fight back, get back, get back. Trump says get back, we say fight back, get back, get back. Trump, escucha, estamos en la lucha.
And I want to thank everyone here in this city and in this
No pizza!
fucking country.
Free pizza!
Manic.4070 super chatted $20. Andy is a level-headed master of the day, you know, with a bummed wrist perhaps. Ashley Babbitt deserves the that has received $190 million for, you guessed it, a childcare scam.
What? No way. Becky Manning for the 20. Ashley Babbitt, baby.
52 Belmont Lane West on a 28-year-old conscious breathing for the subject matter 23.
Copy, man.
That's crazy. Dude, steadily, dude, this spaghetti was so fire, bro. I ate more spaghetti than I should have. So I'm super full. But I got plenty for the next couple of days, so I'm kind of stoked. It'll be better tomorrow. That's right, Rato. He's trying to steal some spaghetti sauce right now. Get away! No spaghetti sauce. Every time I went downstairs, it's like, where did my wooden spoon go? I knew I had a wooden spoon. I couldn't figure it out. And I went downstairs again, and I'm like, where the hell is my ladle at? And I look on the floor, the freaking wooden spoon and the ladle are clean on the floor, just sitting there. Your mother junker, Brownie. Hear that, PDX?
All right, everybody, this is the Sights and Sounds of Earth. Hello, everybody. My name is Ian, and this is what we do here. I am broadcasting live tonight from Starship Studios in Southwest Florida, where I am monitoring all kinds of different news sources and different sources out of the area that's being affected there. And as we keep going forward here this evening, I will pass along whatever information I have as far as numbers or anything goes like that. This is the Sights and Sounds of Earth. We are on every night right here from Starship Adventures every night at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. So please join us as we go forward. Hit that subscribe and that like button. Now let's get back to the grid. Tonight, this is how we always present our news. We present it in a grid format. It's a multi-screen format. We try to do heavy science on the science side. We do a lot of communication, propagation. We do all kinds of space weather and severe weather and all kinds of really cool stuff like that. So it's kind of a neat thing to get involved with here. So join us. If you're not doing anything one night, just give us join us up and see what we're doing. We talk about all kinds of really neat things. I also have my car all set up, and I take the show on the road as well. I will not be going anywhere far this weekend, but I will probably be going live on Sunday doing some POTA, some Parks on the Air.
His arms, white male 45 to 50, red hat from...
All right. I'm listening to scanners too. We've got scanner activity, but the scanners are not centered downtown, so they're really useless. So I'm just kind of keeping them down there. All right, so here's what we've got. In all these different screens, we are watching what seems to be a fairly large demonstration or protest going on right now, and this is in Minneapolis, and this is out in Tampon Timland. What they need is they need jazz hands to come out and maybe hopefully calm this crowd down a little bit. I don't know. He called for this. I played it for you guys. He called for protesting tonight, and so did the mayor. So they, as they say, be careful what you wish for, dude. Well, it's not a revolution. These people don't care about the country at all. In order to have a revolution, you would be doing it for the sake of your country. These people aren't doing anything for the sake of their country. They're doing it for the sake of a communist dictator. They're doing it for the sake of crooked leaders. They're doing it for the sake of idiots. They're doing it for the sake of all kinds of different things, but they're not doing it for the sake of the country. And so that's where you don't get mixed up. Don't just automatically assume that that activism is patriotism, because it's not. Look, I've been called worse than Cheech Marin. Besides, man, he's having a good day, you know what I mean? So there you go. How about a woman that drove her van into a situation, drove across town, drove her van or her SUV into a situation where she did not belong. She went around barriers. She went to an area that she shouldn't have been, where police action was in progress. Then once she entered the area, she failed to follow the orders of multiple law enforcement officers, and then she chose to drive forward when there was a cop in front of the van. So, yeah, that's what it is. Did she get shot by ICE? Yeah, sure did. It was a justified shoot. It's not the best shoot I've ever seen. I think he probably could have got out of the way, but how can you tell in the ice and everything? ICE started this mess. ICE is law enforcement. That's what some of these statements you guys make, I don't understand. ICE is law enforcement. You elected people. Those people went to Washington and made decisions over the last 250 years. Those decisions they made were things like laws that were signed by Democrats and Republicans that say that you have to come here via a process. Like they did through Ellis Island for many years. You have to come in through a process. That's what they said. That's what the Democrats and the Republicans have agreed to for many years. What people don't, Barack Obama did this same thing. It just wasn't, it wasn't televised like it is now. It's funny how when one side does it, it's okay, but when the other side does it, it's not. He deported hundreds of thousands during his presidency. So the whole thing bothers me when they're like, ICE murdered this woman. ICE shot this woman in the face. ICE killed this woman. This woman interjected herself in a situation she never should have been involved in. Okay? She chose to get up that morning. She chose to drive across town. She chose to put herself in harm's way. She chose to pass the safe zone and go into the danger zone. She chose all these things. She chose to confront law enforcement. She chose not to follow the orders of law enforcement, which is required by law in this society. And she chose to drive her vehicle in a reckless manner. You can argue the validity of the last little bit all you want, but that's the bottom line. This whole thing culminated out of a bunch of bad choices that she made. This officer put on his uniform and his boots this morning and went to work just like he does every other day. And he went to work and he's doing what he's being told to do by his government. His government that has been lawfully elected to write the laws and to pay him to go out and enforce those laws. This is how society works. I don't understand how the left thinks nowadays. It's like they don't even understand the basics and the basic principles of how a society works. Bad people are bad, good people are good. They've lost sight of that. They're out there fighting for communists and just stupid shit. Gays for Hamas. What is that? They would kill you over there. Oh my God. That's how hypocritical this whole thing is. It's gotten stupid. It's gotten stupid. I'm sick of all, to be honest, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of no King's rally, and then they go and they want to defend Maduro. They're out there protesting what happened to Maduro. Didn't we just have a no King's rally? He was a king. He was a dictator. Didn't we just have, I'm sorry, Kitty, didn't we just have this? She keeps me from yelling too loud. Didn't we just have this no King's rally, and now they're rallying for a king? What are we doing? The left is off their rock. Wow. No, you're right. Freedom of speech, reckless driving, not a reason to get murdered. Driving up into a police scene, driving towards a police officer in your vehicle is a reason to be shot. Yes. Yes. Former cop. Yes, absolutely. That's the way it works. When they yell over and over, stop the vehicle, and you drive it forward, okay? All it takes is one of them to be in any semblance of a path of that thing, and they can fire. Okay? She made all the bad decisions that day. All of them. An entire string of bad decisions. But yet you guys want to blame it on the ICE agent who was just simply doing his job when he was confronted by this woman, this reckless woman. How did he know what she was trying to do? She's driving like a crazy woman. Protest anything, Trump? That's just ignorant. But if that's what you want to do, go ahead. I support your right to protest. Donald Trump's doing an amazing job right now, by the way. I had a lot of skepticism at first about a lot of the stuff he was going to do. And, you know, I'm still not 100% on some of this stuff with Venezuela and all that. I don't know. Some of the stuff I wouldn't have done myself maybe, but then again, he has more information than we do. But this whole thing about protest anything Trump, why would you do that? We are just coming off one of the worst economies ever. We were on our way spiraling down. We were going to end up in another huge recession, but not anymore. Not anymore. Where are we at now? Okay, the 10% inflation has been arrested down to nominal rates at below 2%. Okay, Biden was killing us, dude. So when we say protest everything Trump, are you protesting the fact that he's lowered your taxes? Are you protesting the fact that gas is down $1 a gallon? Are you protesting the fact that for the first time in 4 years, groceries are starting to drop the price? Eggs are getting cheaper. Milk's starting to come down. Do you want to protest that because that's Trump? What else do you want to protest? Do you want to protest the fact that he's brought more freedom to this globe since he's been president than the last 7 presidents combined? What else should we protest about Trump? The fact that he's cutting all this waste, protest about Trump. What else do we not like about him? His hair, the way he dresses, what else do we not like about him? It's just ignorant. You people with Trump derangement syndrome, it's ignorant. Get you some Trumpanol, take it 3 times a day, take a lot of it, okay? And relax, and don't get in your Prius with your phone and your blue hair and start crying and screaming into the damn thing. God, I get sick of those videos. Yes, insurance has gone up. It's a rare case. And I can tell you why that is, and it's mostly the left. Yeah. Insurance has gone up. It sure has. Yeah. And that's a mess, too, and it's going to be a mess. Yeah, she hit the officer with the car. Absolutely. And all I've said on here is there's a possibility that officer might have been able to get out of the way rather than shooting, but I don't think he should have taken that chance. I think he probably did the right thing. He survived. She was the aggressor. She was the one that made all the bad decisions that day. She was the one that chose to put herself in that position. And that's just the way it is. But remember, it's not it's not the reality that counts. It's what did each of the people see with their own eyes. You can say, well, the wheels were turned one way or the other. I don't know if that's justification for anything or not, because did the officer know that the wheels were turned a certain way? Would that have been something he would have noticed in the heat of the moment? Sometimes in 2020, hindsight, we can look back and we can see, oh, look, he did this or he did that, or he was showing this, or he didn't put away that, or but in the heat of the moment, everything happens so fast that your brain doesn't even process much of what it sees. That's why, you know, in a situation where you're like, you know, when I was in that wreck, it's like everything slowed down. Everything got really slow. I can remember everything that happened. That's because your brain actually went into overdrive and it began to process the world around it at a much faster rate. Okay? Adrenaline does that too. It makes you think that way. You think faster, you think on your feet, but you miss things. And no matter how good your brain's firing and how quick you're firing, you're missing things. And then we go back in 2020 hindsight and we on our ways, we see all this in 2020 hindsight. But they didn't know this at the time. And what they knew at the time, coupled with what they could see with their own eyes, is what you must base your judgment on. Please be fair. It was like, remember Sully Sullenberger? Remember the movie when they were in there and they're like, they got the plane back to Teterboro. And then this pilot here, he got the plane back to LaGuardia. Well, how did he do that? And Sully's like, because you took the human element out of it. You completely took the human element out. It took 25 seconds for us to realize we were hit by birds, to realize that the motor was not working, to realize that I had to turn on the APU. They had to realize everything because there's a human nature involved. And when they added that time to it, none of those test pilots could bring those planes back to either Teterboro or to LaGuardia. So, and that's what ended up exonerating Sully, was the fact that, yes, you have to interject the human element. And in this case, the human element is, okay, the fact that this guy, that the cop was there, he could only see what he can see with his eyes. All he knows is they're under attack. They're under attack. Have you guys that are out there right now that are oh, he murdered her. All you guys, have any of you ever faced a situation like this? Because I have. Have any of you guys ever been in a situation like this where you've had to draw a gun on somebody, or where somebody drew a gun on you? I mean, until you've lived a situation like this, it's real fun to throw it around. But I got to tell you guys something, all right? You guys can feel from the heart, be on the left, do what you want to do, say what you read on Facebook. I don't care. The truth of the matter is, that's a human that went crazy and was doing crazy things, and another human called her on it. All right? It's that simple. It's that simple. She made all the bad decisions. You cannot put the blame on anyone but her. Let's put blame where it belongs. They want to blame Trump for everything. They don't want to ever blame Biden for anything. He was a completely absent president, they were using an auto pin to fake his signature. And yet these people love the guy. Oh, they're over the moon about him. And they just hate anything Donald. If Donald Trump came up today with the cure of cancer, I'm telling you, if Donald Trump cured cancer and he come out and he goes, here's the cure, it's a great cure. If he came out and did that today, some of these people with Trump derangements take a pill handed to them by Donald Trump. That's it. They would do it rather than saving their own life. I think this woman today was a martyr. I think this was a suicide run. Okay? And that's my opinion. That's my opinion. Nobody said this yet. I'm saying this. This was a suicide run. She wants to be a martyr. They've already all got signs made up with her name and her picture all over them and all that BS. She's a martyr. She's a martyr. Oh my God. In the name of what's her face. I get so sick of that. I really do. She's not a martyr. She's a criminal. She was committing felonies at the time of her death. She was trying to hurt people that go out every day and try to get illegal people and take them out of our country, because that's what we sent them out there to do. This is not complicated. If you don't like it, you got to go to the source. You got to put a new president in. You got to do things differently. Most of your Democrat presidents have been just as hard on immigration as all of the Republicans. But you want to know why Joe Biden was not hard on immigration? Because they are losing their ass right now in these blue states. Everybody in New York's moving to Florida. Everybody in California is moving to Texas. We got so many U-Hauls down here, the state can hardly float. I'm telling you something. People have got to stop moving here. We are running out of space down here. And you know why they're moving here? Lower taxes. You guys are all up there selling your houses. Nobody's getting what they want for their house. Meanwhile, the houses down here, it's a seller's market down here. You got a house? Oh, no, $500,000. I wouldn't take that low money. No, everything down here is inflated right now because there's so many people moving down. So what did the Democrats do under Joe Biden? Because this all started 10 or 15 years ago, and it's been ramping and ramping. So what do? We let in more illegals. We get them through the system. We get enough of them illegal voting or legal voting or doing whatever we got to do to get the votes, because they know they're losing between the redistricting and between the reshuffling of congressional seats coming up in less than 5 years. Less than 5 years. It happens every decade. Okay? So under the next president, probably J.D. Vance at this point, under J.D. Vance, we're going to have a census. And that census is going to decide how many Senate seats that each state gets. I am predicting that Florida will pick up 3 congressional seats with that, and I think we're going to pick up 3 congressional seats with the redistricting too. This has been a huge shift in power. Texas, many other places the same way. So that is why, because the Democrats, the smart ones, wherever they are, you don't see them much, but they have decided a long time ago, they decided, okay, hey, we got to do something about this. We got to do something about this decline in population. We'll let in more illegals, and then we can even it out with that. Because remember, the census counts illegals, except the next census is not going to count illegals. A little secret that nobody's really talking about yet. The next census will not count illegals or anyone who's not a citizen or living here completely legally. Will be the only ones that are counted. When that happens, the Democrats will lose a bunch more seats. So this is 3 different huge things right now that's going to cost the Democrats congressional seats. I don't think they'll see power back in there for 30 years. It's an amazing time right now. It is, because the Republicans were very, very down. And remember, I don't identify as a Democrat or a Republican. I'm a constitutionalist libertarian. I believe that the smaller the government, the better. Government is the root of all evil, and I believe that we could operate today just fine with about 10% of the government that we currently have. I'm distorting facts. Yeah, I sure am. I'm sure I'm distorting them all to hell and back. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. Just look it up. Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, whatever. No, the point is, look, there's always somebody in my chat room going, you're distorting the facts, because that's all you have, okay? When the facts don't support what you're doing, then you say everybody's distorting the facts. I don't cherry pick facts. The facts are the facts. People want to move to a state that's not in debt. Florida's not in debt. People want to move to a state that doesn't have an income tax. Florida's one of only a few states that doesn't have any income tax, which means if you were a factory worker in Detroit, or you were a stockbroker in New York, and you're retiring and you want to move to Florida, when you move to Florida, you get to keep as much as 10% more of your earned income that you get from your retirement plans from work and your Social Security. Now, and whatever other retirement money you have, you get to keep up to 10% more of it, somewhere between 7 and 10% more of it, because we don't have state income. So when you come down here, your money goes just about as far as it did up there, but you get to keep more of it. So you do actually get more bang for the buck down here. Yep, I'm a conservative, constitutionalist, libertarian. Because you have to use all 3 of those. I'm a libertarian because I believe that, I believe in sovereignty, though. That's the one thing that kind of sets me apart from the diehard libertarians, is I believe in sovereign borders. I believe that we should have a wall, that we should be sovereign. But I also don't, under that same vein, I believe that most of the government that we have is not necessary. I do. When you look at all of the stupid shit that your county and your state get involved with, most of it is unnecessary, it's unwanted, and that's why our taxes are so high. That's why we spend so much money on everything, and I get sick of it. I don't want it no more. Yeah, not everything is about the Epstein files. As a matter of fact, I almost think that Trump did all this because it keeps you guys fixed on it. I love it because Trump is the biggest troll ever. He's the most powerful troll to ever live. And they hate it because he trolls them all the time. And they always freak out. Oh my God, oh, he said he's going to attack Greenland. Yeah, he says stuff because he's trolling you. My God. Yes, I'm very much a realist myself. That's why I believe that government has never solved anything. Everywhere that socialized medicine has been tried, it's failed. Everywhere socialism has been tried, it's failed. Everywhere fascism has been tried, it's failed. Everywhere communism has been tried, it's failed. Everywhere Marxism has been tried, it's failed. And so where are we at? Capitalism. It's the one ism that works. I want that t-shirt. The ism that works. Capitalism. Because it is. And what I hate is people on the left that supposedly go get all this education at the university and they don't understand the difference between communism and capitalism and where all the innovation comes from. Why is it that all the new inventions come from places that have freedom, democracy, and are republics like ours? Why is it that most all of the really big advancements we've had over the years have all come from free countries? Why is that? Mostly here. Why is that? Why is it Russia doesn't invent a bunch of new stuff? Why is it that? Why? Because I'll tell you what. Do you know what sparks innovation? What sparks innovation is capitalism. Getting rich. That's what does it. And people that don't like that, people that don't like capitalism, it's because a lot of times they're losers. They're people that never could make it. They're people that have to go to university for 9 years just to get a 6-year degree. And that's mostly because they just wanted to be in college the rest of their life, so they didn't really have to do anything. People that can't actually succeed, people that don't actually believe they can ever be rich, people that don't believe that they have what it takes to survive and to succeed in life, those are the people that are communist and socialist because they want the government to do it for them. They want everything to be done for them. It's ridiculous. Oligarchy. Yeah, I loved when AOC, the socialist AOC and the socialist Bernie Sanders, when they went out and they did their anti-oligarchy tour, and they went and interviewed the people coming out of the thing, and they kept asking them what does the word oligarchy mean, and nobody knew what it meant. Just amazing, amazing. To support something and you don't even know what it is. And then when you say, hey, why are you a communist? Why do you want to be a socialist or a communist? It's never worked anywhere it's tried. You know what they say, the most ignorant thing? And I think this is in the playbook. They say the most ignorant thing. You know what they say? They say, hey, it just hasn't been done right yet. People would rather take this country that is the best country that's ever been on the face of the earth. This is the best spin-up of society that humans have ever mustered in the history of anything. And they want to tear it down and start over with communism or socialism or something like that. Something that has been proven to never work. But these are the same people that they're so smart that they've got groups called Gays for Hamas. Queers for Hamas. Really? That's like chickens for the fox. I mean, the left has just literally lost it. They're nuts. They're just nuts. I don't understand it. I can't understand most of the positions that they have. I love how inclusive they are. All their exclusivity tends to exclude more people than it includes. Have you ever noticed that? They're so inclusive, yet they have more exclusive groups than anybody. Their groups even have names like LGBTQIA2S+. Plus. I think there's 2 pluses now. Anyway, not because they're including you, because they're excluding you. I prefer when people say, you know what, we just like everybody, we don't care what letter you are. Yes, that argument gets old, but I do agree it is a representative republic if you want to get technical. because a true democracy would mean we would vote on everything, and we don't vote on everything. We vote on people to go and represent us and vote on everything, and that would make it a representative republic. But I don't count it wrong when people say it's a democracy, because that's what our stupid teachers taught us to say. Let's see here. There is some evidence that shows that many of the larger dinosaurs were probably descendants of today's birds. Yeah, there's science to support that. Doesn't mean it's conclusive, of course. I'm parroting MAGA talking points. Well, I guess if I agree with MAGA, then I say what I agree with, then I would be espousing their talking points. You're espousing the left's talking points. You came in here with the whole, they murdered that woman. They shot her in the face. I mean, you do the same thing, dude. Let me tell you something. It's not talking points. Do you want to know what it is? It's called truth. It's called the way it is. The reason you get sick of hearing the same Trump talking points all the time is because we're just saying it how it is. And you guys can't stand it. So, it is what it is.
They're on the move, Tommy.
Yes, I am a Trump supporter. Absolutely. Yeah. I don't like work for his campaign or anything, but I do. Look, how can you, if you are intelligent and you can read and you know how to source news and you know how to understand what's going on in the world, you would know right now that we are a lot better off than we were 12 months ago. And that's all I really care about. And so even though I had some reservations at first, maybe even though I don't actually agree with every single thing Trump has done, I'm supportive of him. And I think he's done a great job. I'm also very supportive of my governor. I think he's done a couple things that I can't stand. I think he's a prick. But for the most part, he's been a great governor. Ron DeSantis, I mean, he opened us up after COVID. You know, when all these other states stay closed and all these businesses went out of business and all this money was lost, we were open down here. We were open for business. He called bullshit on that COVID stuff early on. It's just the flu. Everybody's going to get it. Let's move on. No, I don't think, I'm not sure if I heard that one or not. He's a bit of a prick. Yeah, he is. I like that. I want my governor to be a prick. I like that. I want you to be a prick. You're my governor. Go out there and be a prick for me. But he's done a few things I don't like that I'm really against. But you have to look at things in the totality. It's like Trump. Do I like every message he puts out on Twitter, X, or whatever? Do I like all the stupid this and the dumb that? No. Maybe or maybe not. Okay? Do I like everything he does? I'm not that much on the whole Venezuela thing. I wish we'd have just left it alone. I think if I could have flipped the switch and just left it alone, I would have. But I support him because he has a lot more information than I do, and all of his decisions so far have been really good. He has made some really good financial. This whole thing with the tariffs is turning out to be a huge win for the entire country. A huge win. All the predictions of all the failure and all the companies and all, it didn't happen. It didn't happen. Manufacturing's moving back here. The money's being placed in different places. This is exactly how it was supposed to work. And he called it. He's a businessman. He understands it. He thinks about government and governance in a very different way than it's thought of by conventional politicians. And that's why he does such a better job. And that's why I trust what he does. I feel the same way about Rick Scott, another one. He's our senator down here. I trust him. He was a businessman, a very successful businessman, and he did a good job. And when he gets in there, he's a cutter. He goes up there and he cuts waste. He does a lot, and I like that. And so that's what I look for. I don't like politicians at all. I don't like the Republican politicians, and I don't like the Democrat politicians, to be honest with you. I think that the whole inner circle, the whole inner beltway of Washington is terrible. It's just a disgusting place. Our money goes in there like a money pit.
How much robot I saw so far?
Checking on an occupied vehicle in Hamlin and Egerton has been there for about
And
hours. It's like probably in hotel 199.
well, people can't play nice. People can't play nice in politics because you know why? Was that Ed? Hold on, Ed's at the door. Come on, Eddie. What's up, buddy? Come say hi to everybody and don't be a prick. Okay. Yeah, I got him fired up. I'm sorry. You know what? We do a lot of science and a lot of communications and radio stuff and infrastructure and computers and technology and all kind. We do amazing stuff here. We also cover breaking news too. So we do a lot of different things here. So I hate to say that, and I gotta fix at least one screen there. I do have to say that, you know, I try not to make it about hard politics every day. I really don't like making it about hard politics every day. And some days we go the whole day without even talking about politics because I'm really more of a scientist than I am a politician. And I much prefer to talk about science.
No Kangs protest, all right.
There we go. That's something. Lots of views tonight. We got lots of live cams. That tells me, guys, there's a lot of people out there, and this could devolve tonight. That's why, like I said, I'm going to be staying on. I'm going to be staying on for a while tonight. I'm going to be taking my breaks on the half hours, and I'm going to stay on probably for another couple of hours. Well, there's not a lot going on with the solar storm. It's not that big a deal. I did mention it in the where in the hell is all my stuff? I did mention it in the description, but we are on a geomagnetic storm watch for a G1 class geomagnetic storm. That really only will affect the Arctic regions and Canada, and northern Canada, northern Alaska, northern Europe. A G1 class geomagnetic storms are possible on the 9th of January. So not tomorrow night, but the next night, when a co-rotating interaction region, or a CIR, is expected to hit Earth. CIRs are plasma pileups between fast and slow-moving streams of solar wind. They act like a mini CME, or a coronal mass ejection, often doing a good job of sparking Arctic auroras. So there you go. That's going to be in 2 nights. A chance for Arctic auroras. And we got a strange planetary alignment going on right now. Jupiter, Earth, Venus, and Mars are all in a straight line with the sun in the middle. And 2 are on one side. We're over here with Earth and Jupiter. Over on this side we got Venus and Mars. But 4 planets are in alignment. And some scientists think that kind of calms the sun. And so we're kind of watching to see if maybe that happens this time. So anyway, but that's just kind of a fun thing there that I was looking at. All right, yep. Let's do. Why is what in the F? I try so hard not to use that stupid F word on here, because it sounds trashy. I try not to, but you know sometimes S happens. Okay, so that one is no longer live, so let me find another one here. I'd rather keep the screens live than be constantly monologuing, so I'll turn the sound up a little bit.
Come down here! Come down here, you pussy!
Uh-oh. I just give you guys the disclaimers. Probably gonna be some bad language. If you're a snowflake, go to another channel, I guess. Yep, she wanted to be a martyr. I'm telling you.
Kind of sparked off, isn't it?
She got what she wanted.
Trump won. You guys are protesting because you lost. Dumb cunt. Shut up. Let's go. Keep marching.
Oh, he's flying with the C word. We don't need all that now. Oh boy, here we go. You know, I cannot stand white trash talk. I did, for some reason, I guess because I was a cop years ago, I just can't stand white trash talk. Because it all sounds the same to me now.
I don't give a fuck. Back the fuck away. Yep. Come free Venezuela, baby! Come on.
You didn't even say hi to everybody.
Right here.
Come here.
You're telling me where to go? Come free Venezuela!
I get Anna Blessed with Amazon Prime stuff.
This is Ed Earl, everybody. Okay. What an asshole. He's a jerk. I'm sorry. Whatever. All right, everybody. Let's all right, let's do a little reset here, everybody. My name's Ian. This is Starship Adventures. I wanted to just take a few minutes, take about 2 minutes here just to tell you what we got going on tonight. We are monitoring the sights and sounds of Earth tonight, mostly in Minnesota, where we have Minneapolis, where we actually have protests going on tonight because of the situation. Now, if you're on the right, the situation is the crazy woman that drove her car all up in a police action and got herself shot. If you're on the left, it would be the nice, kind woman that was not doing anything wrong and was suddenly shot down in hate and anger by an evil Iceman. Yes, flag burning is wrong, but it is free speech, and I will protect it. Yeah, he let that C word fly, boy, I'll tell you. And where did it get him? Nowhere. I'll tell you what, it won't help your relationship. Oh, God. We got a lot of shots up tonight. This is actually a great composite we've got up tonight. Lots going on. The chopper up in the upper right, and this is a fairly big protest. I would say probably numbering in several thousand at this point. And darkness has descended here about 3.5 hours ago. So we're pretty much into the night now, and what we're going to be looking for is your anarchists. Now, one thing I'm not seeing is really good close-ups of some of the crowd, but you have to start looking for the guys dressed in all black with big baggy pockets, and they kind of hang back and they don't say much. Those are anarchists, and all they're doing is they're waiting for enough cover so that they can go do what they do. And and make no mistake, these same people that do it to the left do it to the right as well. And it's not the left's fault, and it's not the right's fault. They're anarchists. This is what they like. They're these purge people. And they will, whether it's January 6th or whether it's No King's Rally, whether it's George Floyd, regardless of the situation, they will show up and they mingle around the crowd. And then as soon as they feel like they have the safety of, as soon as they realize they have the safety of people, because there's enough people around, then they'll begin to light fires and things like that, breaking into stores. And what they like to do is incite others. Once they break into the store, then they will start encouraging people to go in there and steal stuff. They like to sow the anarchy, not just create it, but to actually go out and make it. It's a thing with these people, and generally they're wimps. A lot of times they're people that don't want to get caught. They can't stand the thought of being arrested. So a lot of times what you'll find with these people is they don't take risks unless the situation gets to a certain point. And those people I don't blame on the left or the right, because those people, they're apolitical. They don't really care about the left or the right. But people, people on the left, generally speaking, will peacefully protest up to a certain point. And then, it'll all depend on whether the anarchists are in the crowd. And yeah, profiling's bad. You can call it what you want, but we all do it. If you're walking down the road and a gang is coming at you down the road, you might decide to cross the street. That doesn't make you racist. That makes you intelligent. Doesn't matter if the gang's white, black, or Hispanic. Notice I didn't say what color they were. Doesn't matter. If a gang's coming up the street, you'll probably cross the street so you don't have to go through them. It's not profiling. It's being intelligent. People need to quit being such a snowflake. It doesn't make sense to burn stuff, but you have to remember they're sowing anarchy. That's what they're doing. Chalk art, that'll show them. I don't know. And the thing is you if you want to see a real protest, go over and look in Israel. Go over and look at in Iran right now. Go over and look in Turkey, Palestine. You can go to all these different places and see over the last 10 years amazing protests where hundreds of thousands of people showed up. They're all serious. They're all on task. They're all doing their thing. We don't see that here. We see 300 people show up. 40 of them are in blow-up dinosaur costumes and the characters of South Park, and the rest of them are walking around, and half of them are being paid by a corporation. We're bust out there, and all the signs look the same, and it's not organic at all. That's generally what you get with the left.
That guy maced him, Shane Mason did.
You ever wonder why there's no Hispanic people at the anti-ICE protests? Just ask it. There's no black people either. So since we're profiling, let's do it. Why is that? Why is it just mostly white women? Not about 70% of the people out here are white women. Why is that? Yes, I'm profiling. Sue me. I'd like to know. Where can you get paid? Hey, I have no idea. I'd start with George Soros or maybe some of the big rich people that are sending these people out there. I don't know. All I know is there's video that exists of them showing up in a bus. 51 of them get off the bus. They're all, as they get off, they're handed a sign. They're all wearing matching shirts. And they all walk over and they go, "Hell no, we won't go, hell no." And you can tell they don't give a shit about what they're protesting. Yeah, I've got mixed feelings on bullhorns because I generally won't do anything that will disrupt free speech. But I think, like anything else, I think we can put a 10 o'clock curfew on stuff like that.
This is a mess.
Yeah, they'll load up anywhere and go out. Yeah, I don't know of any video of that happening on January 6th. There was definitely anarchists on January 6th. They've been pointed out. There was also a bunch of FBI people in the crowd, too. It's kind of weird. There was a lot of people identified in that crowd. They went back and they did every face in that crowd. It's a little bit strange how many people were there or were not there for the reason they said they were there. Yeah, look, the bottom line is the cops could be a lot worse than they are. And again, I'm not going to be an apologist for the cops. They generally overreact and do stupid shit. But I have to say this. When it comes to some of these protests, and you look at all the stupid shit these people are doing, You're right. They could be much bigger pricks than they are. You know, and I love these people. They push up on the cops, they throw shit at them, they spit on them, they yell at them, they scream at them, they cuss at them, and then the first time the cop sprays them with spray or something, he sprayed me with spray, he needs to be fired. Well, guys, who did, again, we're back to the same thing again. Who did the first subsequent harmful event? Okay, who started us down this road where we end up with a woman shot in the face? How did we get on this road? Whose bad decisions placed us here? That's the bottom line. Boy, they are moving. They're on the move. Yes, there was a bunch of plainclothes FBI there. Yeah, I've never seen the exact number, but that doesn't surprise me. That matches up with some of what I've seen. Yeah, you know, when there's been, and hear me out here before you start yelling, okay? There's been a lot of stolen elections over the years because of the media. It's not for the reasons you think. I'm not sure if there was enough ballots, fake ballots and erroneous ballots and all the different reasons why they say that the election might have been thrown this and that. I don't care. I don't care. But I do know that I want to fix it going forward. And that's why I want a federal election ID law. There's no reason why you should vote if you can't prove who you are. You know, in Minnesota, all it takes is one Minnesotan to show up with his ID, and he can vouch for up to 8 friends and family. And they can vote that day, and those votes go in. That's the kind of voter fraud that needs to be ended. And that's why when we talk about a thrown election, or we talk about a fixed election, and then they start going down this road over here, I'm like, this election was fixed in a bunch of different ways. Some one way, some the other even. But the biggest fixing was going on was the media. The media just absolutely off the deep end. They hate Trump. They hate him. And every single thing, I got an AI thing that I've been working on that takes the CNN website. I don't want music, damn it. It takes the CNN website and it gives me stats like how many times did they mention Trump positively, how many times did they mention him negatively. And I do the same thing with Fox and CNN and MSLSD, all these different ones. And you have no idea the bias, the media bias, because I mean, I work in the media, I see it. I work with people that are in it. And it's bad. The media bias is bad. And that is what's throwing elections. It's not necessarily bad ballots. It's not necessarily this and that. It also could, I think elections are being thrown by media that is literally on one side. And then they get pissed at Fox because it's like, why is Fox is all on the right? Yeah, because look, all the rest, everybody else is on the left. Everybody else is on the left.
And the Kapipi too.
You know, why do you think it is that Fox beats the broadcast networks in prime time? I don't know if you know this or not, but you can take the viewership of MSLSD or MS Now or whatever they're calling that dumpster fire. You can take their total viewer numbers on that channel and multiply it by 7, and you've got the viewer numbers on Fox. CNN, you multiply it by 5. That's crazy. Why is that? Why is that? Because many, many, many more people are watching Fox than are watching all the other alternatives combined. What caused that? What caused that was them being off the left deep end ever since Tom Brokaw and the ABC, CBS, and NBC nightly news propaganda casts that were going on when we were kids. The news was slanted when you were 9 years old and you were sitting Indian style eating your dinner in front of the TV with your mom and dad, watching Tom Brokaw or Peter Jennings or one of those idiots on there. That was extremely biased, what you were hearing. It was left slanted, always. The media has always had a left slant. And a lot of it has to do with the indoctrination that goes on in universities. A lot of it has to do with the culture in the media. It's hard if people know you're a conservative, it's hard to even get a job in media unless you're like me and you work for Fox. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, that's what gets me is the left wants you to be able to vote without ID. There's only one reason why you would want people to vote without ID, and that's to cheat. Give me another reason. Because they'll say, well, because it's disproportionate. What? Yeah, making people have an ID is disproportionate. It's harder for black people to get IDs. What? They need an ID to cash a check just like I do. It's no harder for them to get ID. They get the ID the same way I do. And I wouldn't appreciate them calling me stupid if I was black, to be honest with you. What are you saying? Black people can't get an ID. That's ridiculous. That's stupid. The only reason that you don't want ID for voting is because you want your side to be able to continue to cheat like they have been up until now. So the bottom line to my discussion is, do I think the 2020 election was rigged? I have no idea. I do know that it was rigged because of the media. I do know that. And I also know there was a lot of anomalies and a lot of things that were just let go. But I've let it go. Because you know what? What happened is the best thing that ever could have happened. Let me explain why. Had Donald Trump stayed in office for 4 more years, he would have gone out as a decent or a good president, great president maybe. But now he's going to go out as this guy that has brought us back from the brink of disaster. And I think he's going to be looked at very, very positively with hindsight, if for anybody that's honest anyway. And I think people are going to look at the turnaround we've had just in the first year, and you extrapolate that out for the next 3 years, we're going to be doing great. We're going to be working on the debt. We're going to neutralize the debt here in the next year. And then from there, it's a matter of paying it down. We're going to get this done. I'm telling you, I have never been this optimistic. The last time I sat this optimistic about our country's future was the night that Ronald Reagan won his second term in a landslide, another landslide. And he came out and he spoke about our future. And he spoke about that shining city on the hill. He spoke about the United States always being United States first. And I believe in that. And it took a long time to get another man just as great as Ronald Reagan. Another man that is willing to put America first. That's what's important. America has to be first. Not Somali daycares in Minnesota. All right? Not refugees coming over a wall down on the south border. Not people on rafts coming from Cuba. Not people from the Middle East flying in and overstaying visas. We have to put America first. I want to pull back all this money we're sending overseas. They've pulled back a lot of it, but they haven't pulled back near enough of it for me. I love Ronald Reagan. I love that man. He is one of my favorite humans ever. He just, when I was a kid, I idolized Ronald Reagan. He did such good work. He brought us back from the brink, just like Trump is doing now. Jimmy Carter had my dad waiting in gas lines. I can remember sitting in the front right seat of the Cougar, sitting in gas lines, and my dad saying, yeah, today's a certain day because our tag ends in a certain letter or whatever. I'm like, what? Yeah, we could only go to a gas station on certain days, and you were only allowed to get so many gallons and everything. And my dad would go up on a certain day, and he'd sit up there and wait for gas. We'd wait in gas lines, lined up all the way down frickin' Pondella Road, waiting for gas. Under Jimmy Carter. Then Ronald Reagan gets in. Happy days are here again. But see, these kids today don't see all. They don't know this. They don't know that the last time that a Democrat almost drove us into a brick wall. And don't get me wrong, as a person, I love Jimmy Carter. As a president, he stunk. Stunk. He did all his good work with a hammer, not with a pen.
Well, speaking of self-respect,
yes, Dom, you are absolutely correct. You are absolutely correct. In some countries, you can be literally killed for coming into their country illegally.
Appreciate you, Andy. Thank you.
They don't want you coming into their country illegally. Why would they? You know, makes sense, right? So I don't know. I just love to see what people say about this, like these protests. So what are they protesting? They're protesting the lawful execution of the law. What are they protesting? They're protesting because they want to keep the ability and the right to kill babies in the womb. What are they protesting? They're protesting the fact that they want the communist Maduro let out of jail so he can go back to his country and be king again. What are they protesting? They're protesting because they don't like police and they want to defund the police. They don't want police anymore. They're tired of the police. I mean, these are the absurd things that they protest. It's an anti-law and order protest. It's an anti-civilization protest. That's what it is. Oh, yeah. Everybody's leaving California. I'm telling you, the exodus is just going to continue to ramp up. And Texas is doing great right now. Texas is doing great right now. They got a lot of people coming into Texas. What's this guy fired up about? Hold on.
Of what's right. And I moved to Minneapolis right after George Floyd. I was in Fargo at the time of the riots. They had riots in Fargo. It was 8 p.m., peaceful protest, children on shoulders, and they shot fucking tear gas into the crowd of children and just people that just wanted fucking a result, right? You know, like something. Yeah.
See, it's always a distortion. I watched those protests completely. Okay? They did fire tear gas, yeah. Okay, there was young children in the crowd. Why did you have young children out at a protest after dark? See, these are the questions that need to be asked of these idiots. Why did you have children out at a protest after dark? They were shooting indiscriminately. Second of all, I saw very little indiscriminate fire, okay? Everything I saw was, okay, they're telling people for 15 minutes to do something, and then they finally have to start shooting rubber bullets or gas or something. They start with smoke usually, just straight up smoke. Yeah. So I don't want to hear about your kids at the protest. I don't want to hear about it. They shouldn't have been there. I don't know why people bring their kids. It's like, oh, I wanted to protest and go drive my van into a bunch of ice trucks, and I couldn't get a babysitter. sometimes I'm just at a loss as to how damn ignorant this whole thing is with the left. They do the most ignorant things, like gays for Hamas. That's the dumbest thing ever in the world. That's like the chickens starting a union for the foxes. It's just stupid. They literally support people that if they went and saw them in person, they would kill them. They would fire them off the roof. They would hang them. They would cut their throats and let them bleed to death in the desert. And they would videotape it and they would mail it to their family. God, the left is ignorant sometimes. I just don't understand. How could you not see this? And they support the Hamas. They support Palestine, Hamas. Oh, how we hate the Jews. We hate the Jews. Why do you hate the Jews? Well, we just do. Because everybody does, right? No, seriously, why do you hate the Jews? Oh, well, everybody hates Jews. That's why I hate the Jews. I can't get a straight answer out of people. Why do you hate the Jews? Is it because they're successful? Is that it? Because most of your slurs have to do with their success. Is it their success? What is it? Why do you hate Jewish people? I don't get it. I find them to be awesome. I worked for several Jewish people. They pay on time. No worries. I don't understand why do we hate Jewish people? And I asked them why, and they can't tell me. Because they're the left. They don't have to justify anything. They don't have to qualify anything. They don't have to prove anything. They don't have to show up with the receipts, as they've been saying lately. They ain't got to do none of that shit. All they got to do is spew their shit and then tell you you're an asshole, and then they go and take off and go to another chat room. Nathan, thank you very much. That's another wonderful example of Hamas making their base of operations on the first floor of the only hospital in town and surrounding themselves by patients. And then when the hospital gets hit by Israel, because it's the command center for Hamas, when it gets hit, they're like, oh, they hit a hospital. Oh, they hit a hospital. Look at this. Oh, they hit a hospital. You can't win with these people. They set you up for failure. I don't know. That's a great example, though. Roadrunners for Wile E. Coyote. I know, it's pretty stupid, isn't it? Yeah, I've never understood Jew hate. I don't understand it. I consider myself a fairly smart guy, and I don't get Jew hate. I've never hated somebody. I don't hate people because they're black. I don't hate people because they're Hispanic. I don't hate people because they're illegal. I just want them to go. I don't get the whole hate thing. I don't hate anybody. I can go my entire day without hating anybody. But these people hate Jewish people. Why? We got a guy, his name's Dustin. He calls our show every night. And most of the time he never gets on the air because he's a Jew hater. He's an absolute Jew hater. And every night he calls up and he wants to go on the air to talk about how the Jews are manipulating the weather. Then the next night he wants to go on the air about how the Jews are manipulating payrolls all over the country. And it's like, dude, you just hate the Jews and you're not going on the air. I'm sorry. We put almost everybody on the air, especially if they're controversial. But dude, you're simple. You just hate Jews for no reason. And he's always asked, why do you hate Jews? I hate them because they suck. Why do they suck? They suck because I hate them. But why do you hate them? I just hate them mostly because I don't like them. Well, why don't you like them? Because they suck. Well, why do they suck? Because I hate them. This goes on. I could do this for a while. You know where I got that South Park? Remember that? Get out of my house, buddy. Don't call me buddy, guy. Don't call me guy, pal. All right, pal. Don't call me buddy, guy. Which harkens me back to the whole airplane thing. Do I have clearance, Clarence? Oh, God. Anyway. Look, Jewish people are great. I don't understand it. I never will. I don't. I actually have had really good friends over the years that were Jewish, and I found them to be great folks, just like everybody else. I don't understand the whole race thing, to be honest with you. I've had friends of just about every color. The nicest people I've ever met in my life were two Jamaican guys that I went to inspector school with in Ocala to college. I went to fire inspector school with these two guys from Jamaica, and I did the whole series with these two guys. And we would go to bars at night with them just to see what they would say. They were so funny. I love these guys. And then they tell us one night how people hate us because we're dark black and we're not from this country. And I'm like, dude, not everybody's like that, dude. You know? And I actually had a talk with these guys, and I felt bad. I'm like, oh my God. You know? And I thought, I don't know. It just, stuff like that. I just don't understand racism. And I just don't understand how the left has become so racist. They've become so racist. They hate Jews. They hate white people. Just so racist. Look, I'll put a hate on somebody, but I don't do it by their color or their shape or their size or their genitals. Or what they identify as either. I don't understand all that. I'm kind of social. I walk right up and I get in an elevator and just start talking to people. I don't know. I guess it's some kind of people. There's people that just like to hate people, I guess. I don't understand it. You know, I get it. I guess if you grew up in a little racist West Virginia town, and your mama was racist, and your grandma was racist, and your daddy was racist, and your great-grandpa was racist, and that's how you were raised, and they used to put on the sheets and go out at night, and, okay, I guess, but that's all so far in the past. These people, they're generations away from that. They don't even know anything about all that shit. You know what I mean? It's not like you can blame it on culture anymore. You can't blame it on none of that anymore. What you blame it on is just bad people. They're just bad people that don't like people because they have more than they do. Yes, I've heard that, Don. Yes, Jesus was a Jew. So I don't want to hear no Christians hating on Jews. I better not hear none of that. Oh, there you go. There you go, Patrick. Well, anyway, it does surprise me that all the people at these rallies and these protests, they're all white. And I'm not saying anything about that, other than just it's an observation. Boy, there's that angry man again. He's gonna wake up into county jail if he keeps screaming and yelling at everybody. We have gotten a lot of cameras tonight. I gotta tell you, I've got more. I could probably find more of these composite views and different things. We've been doing really good tonight with the cameras. I am going to switch out that chopper video in the upper right. It's either looping or it's not giving us a very good shot. So let me see what new has started. What I do is I sort by live, and then I also sort by upload date, and I sort by live, and that gives me the newer ones towards the top. Yeah, see, there's plenty more videos here. I'm just, a lot of these, we've already got most of them up there already, so I'm not gonna, I don't want to duplicate everything. Oh, and I'm so sick of the whole Donald Trump, he's literally a Nazi. It's like they don't even know what the word literally means. They literally don't know what the word literally means. Literally. Alright, let's put this one. No. Copy. This one switched out, so let's put this one here. Alright. Do we find the anarchists? All right, there is activity now coming up in Portland. I'm going to put that in the upper right. It doesn't look like anything really big, but they're talking to the cops and stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and put that up here. Upper right corner now is Portland. These are two shots coming out of Portland right there at the ice complex in Portland. I'm sure you guys all recognize that by now. All right, everybody. I missed my last break by 20 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break. I'm going to leave everything going. Nothing's going to change. I'm going to go walk around, and I'm going to make. I say make me a drink, but then that implies that it's got alcohol in it. I'm going to go fix me a Mountain Dew, and I'm going to go take a walk around and go to the restroom, and I'll be back. I need to do this every hour. I'm going to stay on late tonight. This is live continuing extended coverage right here on Starship Adventures. Hello, everybody. My name is Ian, and this is Starship Adventures, and we are broadcasting live tonight, and I forgot to reset that camera again. I got a camera that's froze up. But we are broadcasting live tonight on Starship Adventures. Please give us a subscribe out there, and we are live from Starship Studios in North Fort Myers, Florida, and we are covering worldwide now, and right now the protests mostly in Minnesota and in Portland, and we are covering them on multiple cameras. I am going to take a brief break, and I will be back momentarily. Please don't go anywhere. This is just a commercial break. We are going to have extended live coverage into the evening as we watch to see if any of these protests turn violent. My name is Ian. This is Starship Adventures. We'll be right back. I'm keeping all the screens on. I'm just going to go take a 7-minute break. I'll be right back.
But they do have drones flying around. It's kind of shrunken a bit, but it's still pretty big. But some of them went back to the other place.
results that we've seen at the moment are amazing. It takes a lot of stress off the team.
Meet Finn, the #1 AI agent for customer service that automatically resolves up to 86% of queries with answers that feel human. Any channel, any language, 24/7. Learn more at fin.ai.
Radical jihadists are not done. Iran promises death to America. They've built sleeper terror cells in the U.S. They support terror groups out to destroy Israel, including Hamas, whose founding charter calls for Islam to dominate the world.
The young people have been educated to believe that the most sacred thing they do is stab a Christian from the heart.
The only democracy in the Middle East that supports religious freedom is Israel, standing for freedom, not terror.
Justice for all! Justice for all! Justice for all! Justice for all!
Renee, good.
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 Justice for all!
If it's here, I hope he slips on ice.
Justice for all!
Renee, good. Renee, good. They do have drinks at the other place where, like, they get hosting out. Drinks and food. But there's another one tomorrow morning, and one more Saturday at like 1 p.m.
No justice, no peace! No justice, no peace!
No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace.
No justice,
no peace.
no
Justice, no peace.
no justice,
No peace. Justice, no peace. Justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. I don't think it'll be here. If you go, if you search it up on like social media, it should say where. There's a flyer. Justice, no peace. No peace.
no justice,
No peace.
no justice,
No peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. We have to clear this area because cars are coming.
no justice, no peace! 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 No justice, no peace!
No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace.
This is a community. This is Minneapolis. Yeah. We all come together. That's right. This is Minnesota. A community that we stand for and we care for. Minnesota strong. Minnesota strong. No justice, no what? 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 No justice, no what?
Thank you.
Black unaccountable men with guns and the murders they've committed.
My feet are wet and freezing.
We will not stand for it, not for another second. We have power together. Each and every one of us at this very moment is out here doing everything we can. Not ice. Fuck 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 ice.
Thank you. No peace. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace.
I've been keeping this up for a while now.
All right, everybody, I'm back. Let's see here. Where are we at? I want to answer a few things in here. Seen video, woman shot in the face 3 times, crazy. Okay, you can say that. I say saw video, saw a woman that made a conscious decision to get in her vehicle and drive across town, and made a conscious decision to move into an area where police action was going on. I saw a woman that made a conscious decision to cross over where they had blocked and drive off the road to get to where she was. And I saw a woman that failed to follow the commands of law enforcement that was trying to instruct her what to do. I saw a woman that was making a conscious effort and a conscious decision to block police officers and to obstruct them while they are enforcing the laws that people that we voted on decided on. And then finally I saw a woman that drove her vehicle in the direction of law enforcement officers, and they did what they were trained to do. Being a former law enforcement officer myself, I'll tell you that they did exactly what they were trained to do. And so that's how I like to put it. Now, if you want to say saw a video, woman was shot in the face, you've left out some pretty important details on purpose. Okay? Because why she was doing it is not important. What's important is that she did it, and she paid the consequences for it. Those were her decisions. That cop he didn't wake up this morning wanting to take a life. He didn't wake up this morning wanting to deal with that. He woke up this morning and he was following orders of his superiors like he has done every other morning. And yet he goes out there and he's attacked while he's doing his job. Now, I'm the first one to criticize law enforcement because I think that they're going a little bit crazy lately. All right? They're pissing all over our Constitution. They're shitting all over it. And it pisses me off. But the only way that you can be critical about something is if you also call it out when it's right. And that's how I am. If a cop is right, I will stand up for him all day long. If he's wrong, I will demand he be fired. All right? In this particular case, I saw a cop that did what he was trained to do after being attacked by a woman that was off the chain. That's what I saw. We're talking about Minnesota. Yep, that's the thing. Instead of going and interfering with law enforcement and interfering with the lawful duties of federal agents and interfering and getting in the way and not following commands and not following orders, maybe she should have done a peaceful protest, which is what's allowed under the Constitution. A lawful protest. You know, she could have stood there at the fence and she could have called them all sons of bitches all day long. And that'd have been perfectly fine. But she had to take her van, her SUV, whatever it was, and she had to drive over there and drive up in the middle of things and block people and do things that she wasn't supposed to do. She should have been taking care of her kids. Yeah, she drove all the way there from Colorado to do this. So, if you're going to say woman shot in the face 3 times, at least put some context on there. Woman who violated the law and failed to follow the commands of police officers and tried to hit one with her car, and did hit one with her car, was shot in the face 3 times. That's how I would put it. Woman that runs down cop shot in face 3 times. Does that sound better? Or crazy off the chain woman that drove her vehicle right into the middle of a big mess on purpose? Got shot in the face 3 times. I think that sounds better. Mother of 3 that should have been home with her kids. I have no idea. And I think there might be some other shooting that I'm not even aware of. I knew there was something I forgot to do. Thanks to Joe Biden, I'm drinking Mountain Lightning. I'm hoping that with Trump in office, it won't be long. I'll be back on Mountain Dew. Yeah, I know it's a little crazy on the screen tonight, guys. Yeah. You telling me? This is probably the most cams I've had up at one time ever, I think. My name's Ian. This is Starship Adventures, and this is what we do here. Live continuing coverage of whatever happens, whatever goes bump in the night, whatever unrest there is, police action, space and earth science, communications. We do all kinds of neat stuff here. Weather, storm chasers, hurricanes, tornadoes. And by the way, tomorrow night, we'll probably be covering this tomorrow night, but also tomorrow night, we've got bad weather going to be moving into the Mississippi Valley and all up through the Mississippi. And so tomorrow night, it's going to be a problem. Right now, I'm not showing any severe weather, so I'm not even putting that up on the screen because we've got too much other stuff going on. There is no severe weather right now. I do have Radar Omega up in the background monitoring that. But right now, no severe watches, no severe warnings of any kind in the continental United States. So we're just going to mostly stay with the coverage of this rally here, or whatever you want to call this, a protest. So far, it's been peaceful. I haven't seen anything burning or anything yet. Yeah, as the night goes on, you'll see more and more of the masks. That could be your anarchist coming out. Who knows? Yeah, she had at least one kid. I don't remember. Yeah, I don't know. I know that she drove over there, whichever. I don't care where she drove from. She drove over there to do what she did, and she did it. So I don't know how that makes the ICE guy bad because he followed his training. I don't know. I'm having a hard time with that one. You guys have to understand. You know. What do we got for audio here? Let's listen in on a few of these.
Renee, good! Renee, good! Renee, good! Say her name! Renee, good! Say her name! Renee, good! 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 Say her name! Renee, good!
Yeah, if it was the George Floyd riots, they would all be warm because the Target would still be burning. Yeah, that's a little redundant.
And one of them went to a car to warm up. Like where it took place, I don't know the street address.
All right, let me check.
Hicieron una vigilia. They're reposting your live en YouTube. Ah, chinga. ¿Quién en realidad? Pásame la link, ¿sí? ¿Me lo pasas, please? ¿Me lo pasas por mensaje? ¿O se lo puedes mandar a su hijo? ¿Y que comente mi esposo? Y ya se lo mandas a él, porfa. I don't know what's the name. I want to know who's broadcasting my live. Sí, que se lo manden a él, a zurdo. Mándense para que chequeen si es el en vivo.
All right, guys, here we go. All right, this is a news alert. This just happened not long ago. 2 dead, 8 people shot after a shooting at Salt Lake City church funeral, it says. And I've got the information here that's just coming out now. This is breaking news. 2 people were killed and 8 injured after a shooting at a funeral outside of Salt Lake City church on Wednesday. Turn that off. No suspects are in custody following the incident at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints at 660 North Redwood Road. Redwood Road remains closed in the say that 3 times, in the vicinity of the church, with police urging people to stay away from the area. This is a breaking news, and that's all there is. Wow, there's not a lot of info on that. And yeah, I've got... Okay, I do actually have a live shot. Let me go ahead and get that up here somewhere. Let me see what I can do here. Let me go browser 7. Nope, that ain't gonna work. All right, hang with me. I'm getting more information on this, and I've got a live shot I'm going to put up here in just a second. All right, I'm putting it over me. There you go. That's the live shot now coming out of Salt Lake City. This is via the Salt Lake City Tribune. And we are watching for additional updates. I'm counting a shitload of emergency vehicles there. At least 25 or 30, I don't know. Okay. All right, so I'm going to keep that up for right now. I'm still here with you guys. I'm just behind the thing now, so it's okay. I will still be here for the time being, but I'm going to leave that up because that's still a developing situation there in Salt Lake City. All right. Let's see what we got in the chat room. Yeah, they need a few more police cars. I agree. All right, so that is what's going on in Salt Lake. This was at a funeral at a Church of Latter-day Saints. Chances are it's I don't know, it's going to be more than likely some kind of domestic terrorism. I don't think it's related to any of the protesting that's going on tonight. Although you never know. I mean, jeez Louise, the left is nuts. What is this little girl saying? I don't know. I don't think I have her audio.
What an idiot. Tommy's going to ice.
I will admit this is a hell of a protest tonight. This is definitely bigger than anything they've been able to muster. This is bigger than the what they had in the No Kings. This is bigger than any of the ones I saw for No Kings, pretty much. Well, I don't know. There was a couple of those towns, Philadelphia. There was a couple that actually had some really big protests. I think this one seems bigger to me in a way because of the camera coverage. I'm having a hard time believing how much camera coverage there is of this. All right, welcome everybody, welcome. This is continuing live coverage. I'm still here in the background. There's so much going on. There's so much going on that I'm literally covered my own video up here. That's okay. Lower left corner, that is a shooting that just happened in Salt Lake City. And that's involving, I think, 2 dead, 6 or 8 injured. And we are watching that, trying to figure out what's going on there. There's very little information that's been released. The upper right now is Portland. And so some of these are Portland, and also the rest of them are going to be in Minnesota. Yeah. A Utah shooting at a funeral. What the hell's going on? Yeah, that's the same one, Salt Lake City, yeah. Yep, that's the one we're covering. The yeah, I loved it that the same people that were out for the No Kings rally were the same people that showed up to support Maduro, the communist, who's a king, basically, of his country. I thought that was hilarious. That's some of the biggest hypocrisy I've seen in a while. You can tell the cameras are starting to become less and less available because we're starting to get more and more dupes. I think we got one thing up there 4 times. That happens because as less and less cameras become available, everybody ends up on the same ones. So anyway, this is Starship Adventures, the sights and sounds of Earth. We're on here every night at 9 p.m. Eastern. I came on at 8:30 tonight because of the breaking news. And we normally go off about 11 o'clock Eastern. So about 22 minutes ago, we normally would have went off the air. But I'm, of course, going to stay on with this for a while longer. We've still got what looks to be a very large protest here that's still going on. And so we're gonna stay with this for a while longer. So thank you, everybody, for being here. This is Starship Adventures. I'm going to do a news rundown here in just a minute. hippies in a drum circle. Oh, hey, Silver, thank you for that. I appreciate it. To you as well. Yep, and we are here every night. I hope you guys find what we do interesting and join us in the future. We also have, I have the ability to do all kinds of stuff. We've got Radar Omega here, flight trackers. We've got all kinds of scanners. I've got a paid accounts with all these so that we can provide you guys with really cool coverage when there's major events, manhunts, pursuits, solar weather events, storm chasing, hurricanes, tornadoes, volcanoes, earthquakes. We cover all kinds of science and weather, and we do some politics as well here on Starship Adventures. But this is a lot of what we do right here, is covering things in a multi-screen format. But we do this every night, not just when there's big things going on. Some nights I do a multi-screen format, and we literally look at rolling pictures of webcams around the world, because that's all that's going on. Other nights we have all kinds of stuff going on. I cover different topics. We will do a lot of different science-related topics and space-related topics. We did a lot of very close coverage of 3i Atlas and things like that. And so if you're into that sort of thing, basically the science side of news, this is a great place to be every night, 9 p.m. every night, 7 nights a week, right here on Starship Adventures, where the adventure continues. We are watching live views right now out of Minneapolis, Minnesota. Also, we're watching live views out of Portland. And also the lower left is out of Salt Lake City, where we are seeing some kind of shooting there where 2 people have died and there are more injured, and we are watching that. So we got 3 different incidents we are covering here, including the dancing girl in the middle. These people are all so pissed off that they're out here having a great time. There, I said it. I tend to believe with the left, a lot of times these rallies, they tend to be more of a get-together. They end up being a thing where they all get together and just pump themselves up like an echo chamber. You all right, Mama? The hell was that? All right, guys, I am still here. I'm looking for additional feeds as the live coverage continues. This is Starship Adventures. My name's Ian, and just to show you where we're at here, we are broadcasting live tonight from Starship Studios in Southwest Florida. My co-host is sound asleep over there on the other console. But yeah, we are here, we are live, and we're going to be continuing our coverage through the evening, so stay with us. This is Starship Adventures. We're on every night, 9 p.m. right here on Starship Adventures on YouTube. I don't know the demon. I don't know. Tastes great, less filling. Yeah, crunches are overrated. I tried it. Trust me. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're burning. Who knows? I don't know if they know what they're burning. Oh, hey, Dirty 3, thank you for joining. Dirty 330. I do appreciate you joining the crew. Thank you very much. We're here every night, literally every night. I do take one night off, 1 or 2 nights off a month, but pretty much we're here every night at 9 p.m. Eastern, and I normally do about 2 hours. However, tonight we are doing a lot more than that. We're going to go long tonight. And as the streams go out or they get duped or whatever, I'm here working on them. That's why there's periods of silence, because I'm literally working on trying to fill all the holes right now. I'm going to put up in that upper left corner for right now. This was video from earlier. So this is earlier video in the upper left corner. That's the scene of the crime there you're seeing in the upper left. Earlier. That's this was recorded earlier because it's dark there now. Really? Is that... oh my goodness. Oh wow. Yeah, I think she's a wacko. I hate to talk ill of the dead, but my rose-colored glasses are in the shop. You know, if someone was a wacko and now they're dead, they're still a wacko. They're just a dead wacko. To me, that's pretty straightforward. Man, the amount of spoofing that's going on right now is incredible. All right, I am watching for breaking news, guys. I am watching for, also, I'm watching for anything coming in on the weather wires. If we get any severe thunderstorm warnings, I can take those. So it is going on here. Oh, is these the blow-up dolls again? Oh, it looks like the blow-up dolls are starting to show up in Portland again. Oh, hey, there's Portland Andy. What's up, buddy? I like old Portland Andy. That's why I bring him up a lot, because I use his videos. We all scrape off each other. It's all good. All right, so that's the fair use dealy-do. I think he's signing off. All right, I guess he's signing off. All right, so we'll see. We'll probably end up with some of his folks coming over. All right. So anybody from Portland Andy coming over, welcome, welcome. Appreciate you guys coming in. This is the Sights and Sounds of Earth on Starship Adventures. We normally have long, deep conversations about stuff, but tonight we're mostly just covering the bullshit. Apparently, police are searching for this shooter in Salt Lake. Let's see if I can get you some more information on this Salt Lake situation as it's developing now.
Screaming and running outside in the back of the building. That's all I can hear.
So whatever took place here, are you saying it took place outside in the back? Is that what you believe?
Yeah, I think it was out. I think it was outside because we were just inside with the viewing, the funeral.
Okay. Were there a lot of people here for tonight's event?
Yes.
And who was tonight's event for?
It's for guy named Asi Sekona. Passed away, but he's a member of our ward here, and he's just viewing here and going to be taken to California tomorrow. That's for burial.
You heard what happened outside. Did you see anything else? What else took place here? Because there's a pretty big police response for whatever took place here.
I have no idea what was going on. While we were sitting there, it was just shooting. Everybody was just saying they're shooting outside, but gosh, I was scared. So that's all I know.
And you heard gunshots?
Yeah, nope.
Just the screaming?
Yeah, just the screaming. That was it.
Your first name, ma'am?
Liliani.
Can you spell it for me real quick?
Liliani.
Daniel, any questions?
I saw children in there. I saw lots of different people. What did you do when you were in the building? Did they move the children?
They just wanted the children to come inside. Yeah, and not outside. They just have everybody bring their kids inside and let them stay inside with us.
Are you relieved that none of this commotion got inside in a way?
I'm so relieved. I want to go home to my kids and my grandkids.
What do you tell them about what happened tonight? How do you talk to them about this?
Gosh, I have no idea. It's pretty scary. It's this is my first time thing that ever happened and that I've seen with, it's pretty scary. I'm still stunned.
I see you composed. How do you keep that composure with something like this?
You know what? I don't know. I'm just relieved that I come out safe. I don't want my kids to worry because I know they're watching the news and everything. So I want them to know that I'm safe and I'm gonna be walking home and hopefully nobody's no, just kidding. But yeah, but that's all I can tell you.
There was a young woman here who looked like she was trying to find somebody who was missing, who might have been shot.
Oh.
When I tell you that, how does that make your heart feel?
So sad because when I heard the gunshot, my heart ached. Could have been one of my kids. But it's just, I don't know. I'm very scared that I'm going to have to walk home and leave my car here. I didn't know it was that big until I got here and see all these cars. Pretty scary.
Thank you. I'm glad you're safe.
Gosh, thank you.
All right, a little update here for you. Brian Schneed did go over and talk to a woman who had that Ring doorbell. And she shared the video with Brian, and you can hear the shots in the video. We can play that for you, but we also have the interview. This is what she told Brian about what she heard, and then she showed him the video, and they watched it together.
You want to share your first and last real quick?
Yeah, my name is Kenna McIntyre.
Spell it for me, Kenna.
Kenna, last name McIntire.
What did you hear? What did you see tonight here near the chapel?
So we live in the apartments next door. We were just sitting at home. I was doing homework. We paused the TV because we heard loud bangs, and we're like, okay, that doesn't sound like fireworks, doesn't sound like any construction or anything. And then it just kept going, and after the 4th or 5th gunshot, my husband pulled up our Ring camera on the front door, and 3 more went off. He opened the door and we heard wailing and screaming and crying over here. And my husband ran out and he tried to call 911, but it got put on hold because so many people were calling in. And then he told me that there was gunshots, and we were able to be at least a sound witness and help out anybody else in the apartment that's worried.
Did you see anyone running from the chapel or anything? Or were there people inside that you were aware of?
There were people inside running out, and there were people out there hugging and holding each other and crying. And we were just told from the police officer that 3 people were shot and injured, but so far nobody's dead.
Anything else you want to share from what you heard, or remember what time roughly you heard it?
I don't remember what time. We've probably got it on camera. We've probably been out here maybe 40-45 minutes or so, was my guess. We just remember hearing a bunch of screaming and crying, and then people were sad.
Was it kind of like a disbelief that it was happening, and then you watched it back on the Ring doorbell? And
yeah, because at first we're like, it almost sounds like a little bit of construction, but then we just kept thinking that's not right, and we got really worried once we heard the screaming and crying. So
thanks for talking to me. I'm sorry.
All right, that's that interview that Brian Schneed was able to get with Kenna. Kenna was across the street from the scene, and after they heard the shots, husband pulled up the Ring doorbell to see what they could see on it, and you can clearly hear about 5 shots, and she mentioned there might have been 3 more that didn't make the tape on the Ring doorbell, so could have been more shots, but pretty good interview about what she heard, but she didn't see much from across the street. She didn't see anybody running from the scene. All they did is hear the gunshots, and she said they wanted to stay in the house and stay safe.
And we are now getting an update on that news conference from police. We're getting word now that it's about 15 minutes, so that would put us close to the top of the hour to hear from police about the latest on the investigation, which no doubt is an extensive investigation given the number of
we will try to carry that here as well.
That could be involved in this, as
this
well
is Starship Adventures. Stay with us.
Hopefully we will hear whether or not
night.
officers were able to track down the suspect or suspects. One of the big questions is the motive.
Yeah, a motive. He was asked, Glenn Mills, the PIO for Salt Lake City Police, he was asked if he thought this was gang related. He said it's too early to tell. He said it could be, but it's too early to tell. We don't have enough information yet. Maybe there'll be an update on that when we go to the briefing in about 15 minutes. As far as we know right now, they have not found a suspect or suspects. They did say they got to look at the car driving away that they think the people were in or the suspect was in, but they didn't get a good enough look at the license plate to get a license plate, and they couldn't really tell the make or model of the car, but they think they saw the car leaving of the people that may have been involved in the shooting.
Let's turn our attention now to Brian Will, who is live on the scene to get more information from him. What you're seeing, Brian, what are people telling you? What is the tone now?
Yeah, the latest that we've just seen is a hearse actually pulled up behind me and actually took a casket out and loaded it. We don't know if that was already from the funeral that was happening inside. Police are starting to rearrange some vehicles out here, and that helicopter is still circling around. I did just speak to a gentleman who, on his way home, he heard a bunch of gunshots, multiple ones that were fired, which were fired from the back parking lot over here, and this is where that police response came over here. We're about 700 North and Redwood. We're actually in the backside of a business looking back on this church, and I've talked to people that, you know, have friends that go to this church and that go to this church, and the community here is just devastated and reeling, trying to figure out what happened. As far as what we're hearing from people that were over here or even heard the shooting or witnesses during that time, we're hearing more about some more potential victims. We don't know yet. We're waiting for more details from police on that, but a manhunt is still underway. And when I talked to police earlier, we don't know if it was suspects or just one suspect, but potentially gang related is what we're hearing from some of the people here on scene on the backside of this church. Some other stuff has happened too here. This police tape line has gone up. They're expanding the crime scene, and the crime scene unit is here. They've released quite a few people that were inside the church still when they initially responded, and a lot of them have gathered back over here from relatives of some of the victims, from people just in the church. And right now we're seeing other people go into the church, and this, you can see the whole front of the church is police presence. We've seen Salt Lake Police, we've seen UHP, we've seen the fire department on scene, obviously some ambulances too. It's still a heavy police presence in this area right now, and just still a lot going on and a lot of emotions happening back here. So the helicopter is still going. You might be able to hear that in the background as this manhunt is still underway as we wait to learn the latest from police on some of the more details in this case and what happened with some of the victims. There was some confusion earlier about how many victims, because police say some were transported by a personal vehicle to the hospital and not just by an ambulance. So what we know right now, confirmed by police, 8 victims, 2 dead. We're hearing there may be more from some of the people here that either are relatives or that were in the church and kind of heard more details at this point. Mark and Jamie, I'm going to send it back to you guys now. We'll have more details, hopefully, from that police press conference coming up soon.
All right, Brian, thank you very much for the update. And again, we're still waiting for that briefing that we think is going to happen at the top of the hour. Heidi, welcome. You've been watching this at home, and you're here for the top of the show for the 10 o'clock tonight. Hopefully we'll get some new information, but you just got some information on your phone.
We do have information coming in confirmed by Salt Lake City Police. We're still waiting for a news update live from them as we look live here at the scene where one hearse has left the church. We are being told by Salt Lake City Police 2 people were killed, at least 6 more have been injured, and of those 6, they say 3 of those are in critical condition. The suspects, so they're saying more than one suspect, are outstanding. They do say they have some good solid leads at this point. They're working to locate those who were involved. So again, they're not dealing with unknown shooters. They know who they're after, but at this point, no one's in custody. I have been looking online where people have been saying, oh, I saw someone arrested, or I saw them in handcuffs, or they've got their suspect. That is not the case. Salt Lake City Police just in the last 5 minutes saying suspects are outstanding. And again, a very serious scene here. That's why you're seeing such a significant police presence.
And on the hearse, in an earlier interview, that body is the body of the person that was there for the funeral tonight, and that body is supposed to be flown back to California tonight, but they had to wait to get the hearse out of the chapel because of all the vehicles and the crime scene, but they were trying to make a flight to get that back to his family so he could be buried in California.
When you're thinking about a funeral or a viewing as you're seeing at the church tonight, obviously an overly emotional time already for the families and friends that are coming to mourn. On top of that, now a mass shooting. You never want to see that when you have it here in our home state of Utah. We're all feeling it, and especially just 1 week into the new year.
Yeah, and regardless of circumstances, you hate to see anything like this happen. Of course, we'll get some new information about all this, but yeah, like you said, Heidi, this happens in our backyard, and you hate to see it. And there's going to be some families grieving tonight because they lost loved ones. So, gun violence in Salt Lake City.
That's right. Brian Schnee has been live since this happened out of the scene at the LDS Church House where this happened. And we want to go back to him with the very latest information he's gathering there. Brian.
Well, Heidi, we've got the preliminary information that you just mentioned, the 2 deceased, and there was a third person that I've been able to confirm through a different source that independently took themselves, we believe, to another hospital that was also in the possibility of being in critical condition. So I believe when we have that update, which is just out of my eye purview across the corner here at 7th North and Redwood, that we'll have a better indication maybe if those numbers, unfortunately, with the lives that were involved in all of this outside of the chapel in the rear of that building has adjusted or changed. But again, not much in terms of fluidity, in terms of things changing here, other than the fact that we're actually seeing more police officers leave. This was a massive response. I was leaving KUTV around 7:45 tonight, and when I was on I-15, I had basically lights and sirens going by me in both directions, and eventually gathered really quickly which LDS chapel this was at, which was 660 North Redwood Road. And when I got here, we had somebody that approached me with that surveillance video, which the timestamp on that video was just about 7:50. I'm not sure if it's off by a few minutes. The first video I took on my phone was about 2 minutes after that, and that was the first ambulance leaving past me further south on Redwood Road by the 201. So as we kind of go through the timing of all of this, that was the first ambulance, and then I saw a second and a third, all three leaving the area in code with lights and sirens. So as we learn that preliminary information of the 6...
I hate to say it, but this guy has nothing to say right now. He just told us a minute ago that we're waiting to get information so that we can get more information. He's in a position right now where he really has not a lot to say, but he has to fill so much time. While we're waiting here for this press conference, I want to bring you guys up to speed on a few more things. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome, welcome. My name's Ian. This is Starship Adventures. Normally you would see me in the left corner of the screen, but tonight we're too busy for that. The left corner of the screen, down on the left corner bottom, that is Salt Lake City. Also, the big screen is the news in Salt Lake City. Above that, we've got Minnesota and Portland all mixed up on those other screens. And then on the one up there under the logo, that's shots from earlier, right after all this happened, the shooting and all that. So you can kind of get caught up on all the different things that are going on. We had about 20 streams coming out earlier, and now there's like 3. So, but we are keeping those streams up, and we're also adding other streams now that we're following the Salt Lake thing. Let's see what she's got to say.
C-I-N-T-I-R-E.
What did you hear? What did you see tonight here near the chapel?
So we live in the apartments next door, and we were just sitting at home. I was just TV because we heard loud like bangs, and we're like, okay, that doesn't sound like fireworks, doesn't sound like any construction or anything. And then it just kept going, and after the 4th or 5th gunshot, my husband pulled up our Ring camera on the front door, and 3 more went off. He opened the door, and we heard wailing and screaming and crying over here. And my husband ran out, and he tried to call 911, but it got put on hold because so many people were
Dom, I don't know what you mean by stage like that. I mean,
he told me that there was gunshots, and we were able to be at least a sound witness and help out anybody else.
I don't know.
Did you see anyone running from the chapel or anything, or were there people inside that you were aware of?
There were people inside running out, and there were people out there hugging and
I mean, I think that the simplest thing is that it's just the simplest thing. Anyway, she's just saying the same thing all the other ones are saying. All right, so real quick, let's run down this. This is what's going on right now. Protests are up at shooting scene in Minneapolis. Hundreds of protesters gathered at the residential neighborhood near 34th Street and Portland Avenue, heckling ICE agents in chants of shame, 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 and throwing snowballs at law enforcement. This occurred earlier today, just a mile from where George Floyd was killed in 2020, with residents expressing outrage over the fatal shooting of the 37-year-old, Renee Nicole Good. Impromptu march in South Minneapolis. Dozens of demonstrators marched through the streets chanting "ICE out now" following the shooting, with the march captured on video around mid-afternoon. Protesters blocked streets, prompting law enforcement to deploy pepper spray and tear gas to disperse the crowd. Candlelight vigil now being held Right now in Minneapolis, a large crowd gathered for a vigil at the shooting site starting at around 6:30 this evening, organized by community members who described the incident as an atrocious attack. Okay, they keep forgetting the part where she attacked the police, but okay. Organized by community members who described the incident as an atrocious attack. Signs included ICE out of Minnesota, and immigrants' rights activist this guy's name's disputed federal claims, calling ICE actions domestic terrorism. What's wrong with these people? These ICE people are doing exactly what we pay them to do. Exactly what the Democrats and the Republicans have sent them out here to do. What they were doing under Biden, what they were doing under Obama, what they were doing under Trump, what they were doing under Bush. This is what they do. It doesn't make them monsters. It doesn't make them some kind of freak. It doesn't make them domestic terrorists, for Christ's sake. What it does is it makes them out doing their job, which they've been prevented for doing for 4 years, and now they have to play catch up. They had to sit back for the last 4 years while Joe Biden let all these illegals in. They got to sit back and watch. Yeah, I think we're going to buy Greenland. That's cool. I think it's cool. I love how he trolls the Democrats. Maybe I'll just go in there with the military. He says stuff like that to just literally troll the Democrats. No, we have not covered the Russian oil tanker. I got too much going on domestically. I don't do any. I only do international when it's big, and I have nothing going on domestic. But yeah, there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on right now. All right, demonstration outside the Minneapolis Federal Courthouse. Protesters assembled after 5 p.m. earlier today, Central Time, outside the federal courthouse, chanting "ICE out now" and demanding justice. The group grew from an earlier march near E. Frank in Portland, with the reports of over 400 additional protesters joining. A clash with federal agents in Minneapolis. Crowds confronted ICE agents and police, hurling snowballs and chanting "Nazi, Nazi, Nazi," leading to tear gas deployment. The chaos unfolded in the afternoon, with agents shoving protesters and using chemical irritants on the blocking streets. Protesters burned American flags during demonstrations. Amid growing tensions, protesters burned American flags in Minneapolis as crowds protested DHS and Border Patrol operations. Demonstrations spread across multiple cities in Minnesota, with videos showing an escalation of these confrontations. Mass gatherings and snowball throwing all over Minneapolis at law enforcement. New York City held a solidarity protest. Demonstrators in Foley Square around 6:45 featured protesters holding signs like ICE is Trump's Gestapo, and chanting "We want justice, we want peace, we want ICE off our streets." Wow, oh, that's clever. This was in response to the Minnesota shooting, showing national outrage. Mobs swarming the scene in Minneapolis. Large mobs swarming the shooting site, with Mayor Fry demanding ICE leave the city amid black backlash. Protesters blocking roads and threw objects, prompting police and ICE to depart under pressure. Governor Waltz, jazz hands as I call him, or birthday clown, or tampon Tim, whatever you want to call him, the Minnesota governor, Tim Waltz, held a news conference urging peaceful protest, stating he is angry and preparing the National Guard amid furor. He emphasized protesting as a patriotic duty, but called for safety, noting that shootings proximity to the George Floyd site. He knows how to push the buttons, man. March of the Tards. I love it. Yeah, well, sometimes I'm clever. Yeah, Josh, I agree. It's a big deal. I'm not downplaying it. What do we got going on here? Oh, this is the chief. Let's listen to the chief.
Our officers are working hard, and we will work until we bring these individuals to justice. We do have dozens of individuals that were attending the funeral that we are talking with right now to see if they.
That's not on our end. That's
working
on their
through
end.
that on all leads. And again, we are confident we'll bring these individuals to justice.
Chief, did this happen inside from folks who were attending, or did someone come into the situation and insert themselves and open fire?
That is still being investigated, but the gunfire happened inside the church.
Chief, you said shooters. Is that confirmed? It's multiple?
That is not confirmed. We're looking into it.
What do you know about, as far as last we heard was there was a car you were looking for that went north on Redwood Road, is that correct?
Yes.
Have you heard anything further as far as traffic?
We're continuing to investigate that. We're pulling video surveillance from the surrounding area to see if we can identify information there. We are getting a lot of leads coming in from the public, and again, we're confident that we will.
You've got license plate readers here on Redwood and on 7th.
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll be looking into all of those things. Yes.
Has the number of victims changed?
Handcuffs up the street. Can you tell us if that how that relates?
So through this process, we have detained individuals. I don't know the current status of that.
How many individuals have you detained?
I don't have that number.
Have the number of victims changed?
Not since I think what Glenn gave you is where we're at right now.
Chief, we're gang investigators here, and do you think this is gang connected somehow?
It's probably too early to say it's gang related, but
how big is the scene? I mean, we got pushed back a little bit. I know we got Chopper up there showing some things, but how big of a scene are we looking at here as far as?
Well, the audio troubles really suck.
yeah, I mean, most of the scene occurred just behind the church there, so that the immediate scene, and then of course we've got some area cordoned off. But the extent of what we've looked at from the initial shooting is right behind the church.
Can you talk about the Valley White Police response tonight? Can you talk about the Valley White Police response tonight?
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you to those agencies who did respond and who are still here helping us. I think that's one of the great things about Utah is that when an incident like this occurs, we all come together. Because this was called out as an active shooter, that's what elicited the type of response.
What can the public do to help you with this?
So we would ask the public to call our non-emergency line if they have any information, 799-3000. Of course, if there's an emergency, then call 911.
Can you tell us anything more about the nature of the altercation that we heard about that occurred before?
I don't have that information right now, but
So you ID'd the vehicle?
I don't believe that we've ID'd the vehicle.
I know it's.
No, we're looking into that right now with the video surveillance.
Is there video inside the church?
I don't know that.
So video.
We're looking at these surrounding businesses. Yeah, to see anything up this way as well.
It happened at a church. Do you think religion played a part of this at all?
We don't believe this was a targeted attack against against a religion or anything like that. We don't believe at this point that this was random.
How large is the search radius for suspects? Is it just controlled here, or are you guys searching?
We're going to follow. We're going to search wherever we find leads across this valley.
You get some people around. Other people. You don't believe other people are in danger as a result of this?
Well, we can't say that. We just had some people shot, but we don't believe that it was. We don't believe. Let's see, how am I saying? We believe this was not a random.
Is there any danger to the public with the suspect still at large?
Again, we don't. Again, I'm going to just say it again. We don't believe this was random. So we believe that we can't say. We have people that have shot people that are out in our community. We're going to keep looking for them until we find them.
appears as though whoever opened fire and the folks inside were arguing one another. These were complete strangers. They were at or near the church.
That's what we're investigating.
I'll make brief remarks. Absolutely condolences to the families and the victims. This should never have happened. This should never have happened outside a place of worship. It should not have happened at a celebration of life that was occurring inside of the church tonight. Our condolences continue to grow, and we know that this impacts not only those victims and their families, the community that was at the church, but the entire community here in Salt Lake City and on the west side. I also know that Salt Lake City Police Department, and great thanks also to our fire department, who have been great partners in collaborating in this incident, are not going to rest until the individuals responsible are brought to justice. Full stop. No matter where they go, we will find them. They will be brought to justice. So we will give you another update before the night ends, and we'll have another moment in the morning to bring any new information or simply tell you that what we know is still what we know. So those are the updates that we have for tonight, and I think we answered your questions. If there's any more, we don't have any greater information to share with you at this time.
What do your staff talk about after something like this? I mean, moving forward, I know you can't prevent, but you got to look at things like this probably and have a discussion. I think, okay, is there anything we can do? How do we move forward?
You know, while this investigation is still evolving and unfolding, we really can't analyze what was the motivation, how could this have been prevented, except to know that our police department, our fire department respond extremely quickly. Victims who were on site were taken to hospital immediately, and I'm really proud of our police department, our fire department, and grateful for the other agencies who are assisting. Until we know more about this and the investigation gives us more information, we can't start to make assumptions about what happened here or why it happened.
What I can tell you, our officers will not rest until we bring justice, and we will be here for the community. And in the days to come, we will be here in the area, connecting with the community, working with them, doing what we can to make people feel safe. And I want to thank our officers. I also want to thank the fire department and all of the assisting agencies. And thank you to all of them.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
Did he say that all of the...
All right, you're watching 2 News at 10 tonight, our continuing coverage of this mass shooting that occurred in the back parking lot of an LDS church here in Salt Lake. We do know that 8 victims, 2 dead, 3 in critical, and 3 unknown, only, Heidi, because they were put in private vehicles and taken to different hospitals. So.
That's right, and this is an evolving situation. The original call came in. We were just listening to Salt Lake City Chief of Police Brian Redd, who said this call came in as an active shooter, which answers the question is why you have so many police officers there. They're still trying to figure out all of their information as well, but at this point they say they believe they have multiple suspects. Those suspects are not in custody, but as you just heard, they said they will not rest until they're brought into custody and justice is served. I'm sure a very emotional night for the community and neighborhood where this happened in. And also it looked like the community there that was at the funeral services, as well as a tight-knit community here in the state of Utah.
All right, well, there you go. That's so far, that's what's going on, and we're going to continue to watch that as well, and to see if there's any more developments there. It looks like it was a targeted attack, meaning that the shooter knew the people he was shooting at. It was at a funeral. It was behind the church. So probably somebody people knew, you know, I don't know. But the people are at large, so we're going to be watching for this to turn into a manhunt, which is probably where we're going with it. And then also we have a lot going on tonight, so we're going to stay on for a little while longer. And we're going to continue to cover this here. My name's Ian, and I am still here behind the scenes. Hello, everybody. This is Starship Adventures. We are live in broadcasting on YouTube, the largest broadcast platform in the world, and broadcasting glass all the way from here to the internet. And right now, this is the show called The Sights and Sounds of Earth, and we are on every night at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on Starship Adventures. Now let's get back to the grid and see what's going on out there. We're going to continue to follow all the different incidents that are going on. In the upper left, video from earlier from the scene of the shooting that occurred with ICE and the crazy woman in the van. And then in the upper center, that is strips of the protests going on in Portland. I believe that's Portland. And then on the right, I believe that's from earlier. I do think this might be looping at this point. But that is a shot, I believe, from earlier of the large crowd that had formed in Minneapolis. And then down in the ones here above me, or where I normally would be here on the center left, those are just various other ones that I've been able to find that are I don't know exactly even where they're from. And then the lower left one, that one's also another news station covering the Salt Lake shooting. So I've got two different news stations covering that so that we can hear what's going on with them. All right, so this is Starship Adventures, and we are keeping an eye on what's going on this evening all over the place. Let me see here. Create Salt Lake. And then see, add feeds, United States. County, Salt Lake City. Salt Lake County, well, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so let's go to Utah and let's go to Salt Lake County. There we go. And we've got I do have Salt Lake City.
3003.
I'll put it on the left side and turn it up.
And Medicabulin 404. Respond to sick patient. 1871 East 3300 South. Respond on backfire 2. Sign out 2210.
All right, I'm going to put that only on the left side. And that is going to be Salt Lake City Fire, Salt Lake Police. And I also believe the Highway Patrol. Where did that go? Where did that go? Oh, crap.
Like 2211.
There it is. Let me get the video back. They move this out of the way here. There we go. Yeah, I'm running out of screens.
F-13, can you please click on this?
FJB. I'm not sure who you're talking to.
Yeah, 2212.
Plus 522. Can we clarify, did the call taker hear the threats, or were those reported by a third party?
The call taker heard her screaming, "I have a knife and I'm going to kill him."
Hey, no problem, Victor. I love doing it. I do love doing it. Let's see what Ding Dong's saying.
Coming from a lot of investigators, we're here on scene. We're on the backside of a McDonald's, and you can see they actually have some cameras up there on the roof. So this is when police are canvassing the area. They will look at these cameras. They will go to different businesses, try to see if they had an angle of this shooting. After speaking to several people here, we're hearing possibly gang-related, possibly a drive-by.
All right, I'm putting the dude on the right and the scanner on the left.
Now, I did speak to someone who was just coming home from work when he heard the gunshots ring out.
When I pulled up to my house, I got out of my car and I heard just in the distance, I was just like, maybe it's fireworks, but you never know until it's sparks, so it's kind of hit or miss.
Yeah, and he came out after installed his heavy police presence here and has just been waiting here, helping any way he can. He does know people that go to this church, and you can see family actually gathered back here as police are still out here investigating this scene. It's been very morbid. People are still reeling, just a community in shock after this shooting. Mark and Heidi will send it back into you.
All right, Brian, thank you. We had an interview a little earlier this evening where one of the people who was leaving that viewing and service tonight said the person who died was Ossie Sakona. They were all there for him tonight. Looked up some of the viewing information, and that seems to check out as to who was there. Obviously, we don't know exactly how this all happened, but it does sound like the shooting happened from outside the viewing where people inside heard those screams after the gunshots happened.
We're going to get to Annika Johnson in just a second. We did get a short statement from the church tonight.
That's right. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints has sent us that statement. We'll read that in just a minute, but let's go to Annika right now.
Yeah, hello, good evening. We're just outside at the University of Utah Hospital right now. We're working on putting in several calls, whether or not to confirm where exactly the victims of this shooting.
All right, guys, we got the scanner on the left, the news on the right, and we are standing by, and I'm checking for more video.
We made these phone calls prior to...
This is Starship Adventures.
So we do know that all of the victims in this are adults. And now we've spoken to Intermountain Hospital, who says that they are working on gathering some more information for us at this point, but there is no official confirmation whether or not any of the 6 remaining victims are currently being treated or what exactly the severity of their injuries may be. Again, we just did hear in that quick briefing that 3 are in critical condition, but as for the other 3, their current condition is unknown. But it currently is unknown at this point, but of course we're continuing to track the latest in this, and as soon as we receive an update from officials regarding where exactly these victims are receiving treatment, we'll bring that to you here on air and of course online. Now I'll send things over to Jamie.
Annika, thank you. And of course, this happening outside of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, a chapel tonight. We have a new statement from the church reacting to the shooting. And here's what the church is saying, quote, "We are aware of a serious incident that occurred outside a church meeting house at 660 North Redwood Road in Salt Lake City tonight as a memorial service was being held in the chapel. The church is cooperating with law enforcement and is grateful for the efforts of first responders. Until more information is available, all questions about this incident are being directed to the Salt Lake City Police Department. We extend prayers for all who have been impacted by this tragedy and express deep concern that any sacred space intended for worship should be subjected to violence of any kind," end quote. Now, we also spoke to Chris Bertram earlier this evening. He has extensive experience in law enforcement, now private investigator. He shared his thoughts on this shooting happening outside of the church.
You know, this is a funeral, and, you know, it's supposed to be, you know, a sacred time. We're honoring somebody. Not only that, it's at a church. And we always look at those places being somewhere that is sacred to us. So I think culturally, this is going to have a great impact on us. And I think that law enforcement recognizes that, and they're going to get out there and do their job tonight.
Very long night for those investigators. We will continue to follow this story and bring you the very latest. On the live desk, I'm Jamie McGriff.
Had dark gray jacket.
All right, Jamie, thank you very much. Again, continuing coverage. This incident happening right around 8 o'clock earlier this evening.
One on here, a pink
That's
jacket.
right. We do know that there are 8 victims. If you're just joining us right now, 2 are dead, 3 in critical condition. As we've been going to our live shots, I've been checking my messages on social media, and one person I follow and communicate with said he is with his wife at IMC right now and has watched as some of those families came in. And he said that his heart breaks for the Polynesian community as he sees now 50 to 60 family members there waiting for some of those gunshot victims. So again, probably spread out through those Trauma One centers here in Utah, which would be the University of Utah and IMC here along the Wasatch Front.
Natalie Wattis also on the scene getting information tonight. We want to go to her. She's standing by line. Natalie.
Yeah, good evening. So we just heard a few minutes ago from the chief of police for the Salt Lake City Police Department, as well as the mayor of Salt Lake City. I'm standing on the north side of this poop-off scene right now. If you take a look, you can still see that it's a pretty heavy presence here. To sum up what the chief of police told us and the new information that we know, he said all of the victims in this case are adult age. We know that the suspects, shooters, are not in custody. They're still looking for those people. But they said they're following all leads and told us that leads are pouring in from the community. They said right now they're working on talking with witnesses. You can see here behind me that it is a very active scene here. Despite us and this whole scene being here for several hours, there's still a very, very heavy police presence going on. They have detained people, is what the police chief said, but they didn't give us much more information beyond that. They told us it's too early to say whether it's gang related, but as we mentioned earlier, they don't believe it's targeted against any religion. As we mentioned earlier too, the mayor said that this should never have happened. I believe we have some words from her that we can play right now.
All right, well, there you go. We're going to continue to monitor the scanner here. My God, this cat just can't get enough. All right, thanks for coming in, everybody. Tonight we're going to keep this going a little while longer. We're now been on 3 hours and 45 minutes. We went on a little bit early tonight. Anytime I see breaking news, I come on no matter what, but we're on every night at 9 p.m. Right here on Starship Adventures, and we're always following the latest breaking news and all the latest science stuff and AI and storms and storm chasers and all the latest, coolest stuff. So you guys need to check us out. But we are going to keep this coverage going here for a little while longer, as there is a lot going on right now. So stay with us.
You know, while this investigation is still evolving and unfolding, we really can't analyze what was the motivation, how could this have been prevented, except to know that our police department, our fire department respond extremely quickly. Victims who are on site were taken to hospital immediately, and I'm really proud of our police department, our fire department, and grateful for the other agencies who are assisting. Until we know more about this and the investigation gives us more information, we can't start to make assumptions about what happened here or why it happened.
Still waiting on further.
And that sentiment that you heard the mayor share about not resting until these people are brought to justice is one that we also heard the chief of police echo. They both sent their condolences out to the community. And again, we are told that we're going to be hearing more information and getting another update this evening and again tomorrow morning. So we will continue to be here on scene and bring you that information when we know it. But Mark and Heidi, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Natalie, thank you very much. The families affected, that's going to be tough.
Yeah, a lot of families. And as you see, there's still large police presence out there. This is a multi-jurisdictional.
And why do they need so many updates? Well, because they need so many updates because they really don't tell you much in these updates. As I've told you guys before, I went years ago when I was at the fire department. One of the things I did was press conferences and PIO stuff. And the goal of a press conference basically is to make you feel like you got a bunch of information, but to not actually tell you anything. That was the purpose of a press conference. You would go there and you would tell them all the things they already know, and then tell them how everybody did such a good job working together, and then talk about how great everybody is, and then that's it, and say, okay, have a go, and leave. And then everybody realizes later, hey, they really didn't tell us anything that we didn't already know. Yeah, and you were fooled. because that's most of the time what a press conference is. You already know everything. Sometimes they'll confirm things, or they'll make sure you know this or that fact, but for the most part, press conferences are kind of a waste. They're really just, mostly just confirming what you already know, basically.
Thank you.
All right, in the weather, we are watching this area right here in the middle of the country, and this is an area here that could be, overnight tonight we could see something, but right now we're not really seeing it. But you can see this circle here. This whole area here is something that it could be an issue later tonight. Now tomorrow, let me see. I don't know if I can remember how to do this. Let's see, weather alerts. Oh shit, I don't know. Mesoscale discussion.
EKG heart monitor, and that they were receiving critical readings.
Oh, there it is. That's not what I'm looking for. Oh well, anyway, I'm just going to draw it on the map for you. This whole area is going to shift to the east tomorrow. All right, this whole area is going to shift to the east tomorrow. Okay, so we're basically looking at this area tomorrow evening while we're on the show, and it's going to be yellow or orange here because we're looking at a much higher threat level. But this is where we could see some tornadic activity tomorrow night. And I'm sure we'll have some storm chasers in place. I'm pretty sure. I don't see any on the board right now. But that's pretty much where we're at with this. We've got this dip in the jet stream. And it's basically, here it comes, and this low is going to ride up along this front as it goes up, and we're probably going to have a snow event up in this area. But the big threat is tornado, and it's in this area tomorrow. So be ready for that, and we will be covering it here. Yeah, that's true, Josh. And I find that the shittier their performance, the more they do up the press conference. It's so true. It's so true. Oh, my Lord. But that's what we got going on out there. Space weather. I didn't get much of a chance. I did get a chance to mention it earlier, but there is a little bit with space weather. In a couple nights, we're looking at some geomagnetic storms in the upper areas. We're talking G1. That puts it in the upper tier of Canada and way up in the northern areas. But on the 9th, in 2 days, could see some geomagnetic storms due to this co-rotating interaction region that's going to come through, and it's going to hit Earth. It was produced by it's produced by like these plasma pileups, if you will, between fast and slow moving streams of like solar wind. They act like mini coronal mass ejections, and they do a good job of sparking auroras. They just generally don't get too strong. They're mostly just up in the northern, way up north, where the rest of us aren't going to get to see them. I wonder what they're doing to find this guy. We really don't have a lot of information yet. Did he leave in a car? What happened? But we don't have a lot of information on it yet.
video footage that they have?
Until we bring these individuals to justice. We do have dozens of individuals that were attending the funeral.
Yeah, this is a replay of earlier. His mic is all messed up. Whatever. All right, that's all that is.
Just getting down to the forensics of the investigation. So at that point, as with everyone else,
Clear.
being deceased or in a local hospital, they don't
2228.
Wow, I got him turned all the way up and I can't even hear him.
Lane. Respond on deck fire 4. Near 12,910 South. Medic engine 103 and medic ambulance 121. Respond to unconscious person at 5039 West Stocking Lane. Respond on deck fire 4. Near 12,000 Time out 2228.
All right.
And 20 traffic.
Go ahead.
141st South. Alpha 202 is there.
All right, so we are basically covering 3 different things right now. The scanner you're hearing is Salt Lake City Police and Salt Lake City Fire. We are watching a number of different things. There's Tampon Tim there, over in the left center. Can't believe nobody's airlocked that guy.
Street, mileage 475.
So anyway, what's going on right now is we are watching both the Portland as well as Minneapolis. We're seeing protests. The upper right is earlier. The upper left is earlier. Center left, jazz hands. Tampon Tim. All right, and there you go. In the left, lower left, where I normally would be, that is live shots coming out of, and the feed just froze, but that's a live shot coming out of Salt Lake City as well. Oh, and I think we're done. I think they just lost their feed. I'll let it sit for just a few minutes. We are going to stay on for a little while longer. I do appreciate everybody coming in and seeing what we do here. This is a multi-screen format. It's something that we do. It's something that we do very specifically here. When we broadcast here, when I do these shows in the evenings, it's a multi-screen format. I use the left and right ear. Okay? So in other words, when you're watching the show, I sometimes will put something in the left ear and I'll put something completely different in the right ear. So you want to have headphones ready when you're listening to the show, because if you're watching on a TV, you can also watch it on your phone and plug headphones in so that you can hear the left and right channel. Some nights we don't need it. Tonight we're using it. Earlier I had the news on one side and the scanner on the other side, and we do that specifically because I have 2 audio channels to your ears, and I'm going to use them both. Just like on the screen, we've got all these different shots of different things going on, and I'm going to use all the real estate that I have to show as much as I can show. It's the format. It's our format. It's a multi-screen, multimedia presentation of the news, and it's science. It's weighted towards science rather than politics. Most news is weighted towards politics. Most of your local news is weighted towards police blotter. Like what we call in the business police blotter is like all the stories that happened today from the police department. A stabbing, a shooting, a theft, a shoplifting ring, whatever it is. Those things are all called police blotter. DUI crash, people dying on the highway, all police blotter. And that seems to be what most local media, that seems to be what they give a shit about. They don't do a really good job reporting anything nationally, and they don't really do a good job reporting anything locally. They spend all their time doing police blotter stuff, not going to county commission meetings, not learning about new laws or any of that. Nope, that's it. Stabbings, shootings, bad accidents, all things that really, truthfully, okay, don't really matter in the long run, really. I mean, if you think about it. The stuff that happens in your local county commission meeting has more to do with your life. Nothing affects your life more than your own homeowners association if you were foolish enough to get into one of those. And then above that, nothing is in above you, like, you know, your city, and then your county, and then your state, and then the federal government. You got all these layers and layers and layers of bureaucracy over yourself. All right, so that's that. I put the map back up. There's not a lot. Again, the only place we're looking at the possibility of any severe weather tonight is a little bit over on the East Coast up here. We do have a general thunderstorm area, a watch area. And then over here, we've got this area here that includes Oklahoma City. And this whole area is going to move to the right. We are going to be looking all the way up and down the Mississippi for that. All right, so, and that's going to be for tomorrow night. What is this douchebag talking about?
Who it's meant to serve, or whether they want to get involved and hold those in power accountable. They turn to you. They turn to you, and they do so because many of these New Yorkers have not felt the presence of government in their own lives or in their own communities for all that long. They don't know what it looks like when government makes a positive difference in their lives.
When do they ever make a positive difference? Dignity.
These are tenants and young people, immigrants and trans New Yorkers, people who speak one language with their parents and another with their friends. As we transform how City Hall serves the people, we want to also transform how it speaks to the people too. Not just with a newfound empathy and interest in everyday people's lives and struggles, but also with a new approach to communicating that speaks to New Yorkers where they are, through the people they start and end their days with.
Through government-run grocery stores.
Here's the truth. We are going to have a lot to share. Because already, not even 1 week into this position, we are taking real steps forward in our agenda of affordability. And while I am so proud of the work that we have done and the work that we will continue to do, the progress we deliver will be wasted if New Yorkers do not know how their lives can be improved and are unaware of the resources they can now turn to. So I want to talk to you now, and I will try to run through this quickly, about some of what we've already done and how it will impact New Yorkers.
Oh, here we go.
Before I walk you through it, I do want to ask you all a few questions. Could you raise your hand if you have ever been charged for something you didn't really agree to? A free trial that quietly became a bill? A hidden fee on your airfare or a doctor's visit? A gym subscription that was impossible to cancel? Now, could you raise your hand if you ever paid more in rent while your apartment got worse? Broken heat, leaks, unsafe conditions, or been hit with extra fees just to apply, move in, or pay your rent.
This guy's scary, dude.
And now raise your hand if you've ever felt like City Hall or government in general doesn't really listen to people like you. Maybe if you needed some help but hit a wall of paperwork. Maybe if you reached out to your representative but you never heard back. Maybe you watched decisions get made without your community in the room or even being thought of. Or maybe you voted or even volunteered and never saw the change that you had hoped for be delivered. Now, I would bet that seeing this many hands in the room and each one of these questions is not a surprise to any of you. These all feel like near universal realities for so many who call the city home. It's something that we've become accustomed to, almost. But that is also what happens when systems are built to be confusing, to be unaccountable, to be disconnected from the people that they're supposed to serve. What we are doing differently in my administration, and what we have already delivered in the past 6 days since I was sworn in as the mayor of this incredible city, is about changing that. So first, we've stood up for tenants by revitalizing the mayor's office to protect tenants, announcing rental rip-off hearings across all 5 boroughs, and announced a new commissioner of the Department of Housing Preservation and Development named Dina Levy, who has spent decades fighting fiercely on tenants' behalf. Second, we are going after fees and deceitful practices that drain New Yorkers' bank accounts. I am talking about the junk fees that add $20 to your gym membership each month, the $30 that comes out of nowhere when it's time to buy those Lucy Dacus tickets, the...
See, the problem with this guy is he don't know, he wants to fix everything, but he has no idea what he's doing. He wants to get involved in everything. He wants to get involved with your gym fees. He wants to create government-run grocery stores so you can get, he wants you to get your groceries from the government. I mean, this guy's bad news bears, man. I'm telling you, it's bad. But all it's doing, I swear all it's doing, our realtors down here are all talking right now about how they elected this guy and now they're all going to be really busy again this year. Because everybody's moving here. They're all trying to buy houses here because of Kami Memdani here with his hammer and his sickle doing his deal here. With his government-run grocery stores, free bus fares. It won't ever happen. It's incredible. And you're right. You're right. This is the guy they warned us about in school in the 70s. This was the guy when your dad was walking around talking about those GD commies. Do you remember that? I'm sure about half the people in this chat room had a dad walking around talking about how you don't trust these GD commies. These commies are going to come one day and they're going to try to take over this country. Okay? And if you're not ready, these commies are going to take over this country and you're not going to have it no more because of the commies. All right? My father used to say shit like this and I just roll my eyes and walk. He was right, dude. The commies are taking over. Jeez. Louise. I can't stomach even looking at this jackass anymore.
Reports of a fight with a weapon at 9 South West Temple, Charlie 521, Charlie 411.
You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
Charlie 510, car 34, coffee.
Wow, wow, wow. Okay, anyway, I just don't like that guy. Communism has never worked anywhere it's ever been tried. Communism doesn't work. And they'll pull that bullshit that they always say. It just hasn't been done right yet. If we went and we actually like did a soft form of communism, like, you know, like a good kind of communism, you know, like with whipped cream and shit and a cherry. These people are like fruitcakes or something. It's like, it doesn't work that way. Oh, anyway. Yeah, help me build the channel, everybody. Hit that thumbs up. And hit the subscribe button. I appreciate it. Check out our backup channel, Starship After Dark. And we're playing our new music station over there. We're actually building a music station that's going to be all ham radio themed music. We've got 50 songs already, and we're once we get to 100, we're going to publish the station out on in more places than just YouTube. But you can hear that right now over on Starship After Dark. And please hit the subscribe. Anytime this notification bell for this channel goes off, I am live. I only use this channel for hosted live content. Starship After Dark, don't subscribe over there, or please subscribe, but don't hit the notification bell. Please subscribe, but don't hit the notification bell on Starship After Dark, because I'm constantly putting up new feeds over there and it'll drive you nuts. I only care to let you know when I'm up on this channel, because this is what's important. This is the hosted channel, and I come on here when there's breaking news like tonight. All right, guys, I'm going to be signing off here before too much longer. If there's anything you want me to mention, throw it in the chat. For those of you who follow my exploits, I will. I'm not going out of town this weekend. All the plans for that kind of fell through. No big deal. I'll probably be doing it next weekend or the weekend after. I'm going to be spending Saturday with my mom. We're going to be taking a long drive and maybe doing a park or two on Parks on the Air with my radio. However, on Sunday, I'm probably going to go out and do a live drive on Sunday and drive out and do some parks. And you guys can follow along while I go out and work some parks. I'm also thinking about, I've bought a roll of tinfoil and I'm going to try to make it. I'm also buying a ballon, and I'm trying to make it to where I can do FT8 in the car on Sunday. And I'm going to go out and work some FT8 in the car on Sunday too, so that'll be good. Hold on just a second.
Fire Tower 3, one's available. Patient sign relief.
Hold on, I see something going on, but I don't think I... I think this is live with Tampon Tim.
We don't see a desire to work with us on public safety. We hear a demonization of our state. We see people coming in who don't know our community, and we see this massive display for the TVs that we're trying to understand how is this coordinated. And some of you watch the videos on there. Total chaos. And look, I have very limited work in this as in the training in the National Guard, but I've had a lot of training now to watch how our professionals operate. After this person was shot, federal agents milling around, touching the vehicle at a crime scene and things, I don't know what to tell you, and I don't quite know how to respond to the question other than my primary responsibility as governor is the protection of the people of Minnesota. And you can be assured, whether it's the State Patrol or whether it's the National Guard, their deployment is there to protect Minnesotans from whatever it is. If it's an act of nature, if it's a global pandemic, or in this case, if it is a rogue federal agent. I don't know at this time, and I want to be very careful.
They did make contact with the
It's unprecedented that we have the federal government's already determined exactly what's happened here and the motives of an individual that we don't even know the name. They don't know the name, and that's very difficult. So, but one more, Dana.
Come here, dude.
That lady, he quit talking, but the lady's still going. She don't care.
2248.
Look, and I understand the uniqueness of this moment in this week, following this week, seeing what's happening in the backdrop of a show hearing in D.C. My job is to govern, and my job is to.
Oh my God, this guy, he's such a douche.
Want to contact me or to report, they can.
This happened a couple of hours ago.
He's lost 25 pounds. Look at him, he's gone.
All of you saw a video in your eyes. We have a chaotic situation caused by the largest deployment in American history of federal
done, man.
Into a community with no communication to locals. We had a chaotic situation where an
look, he's wearing a sweatsuit.
In their car, shot and killed, and so
he doesn't look like a big roly-poly birthday clown anymore.
Cautious here because Donald Trump will make this about me. He will make this
Donald Trump's going to make it about him. You made it about you, bozo.
And this is about normalcy. To Americans who are watching this, if you're in Portland or you're in LA or you're in Chicago or you're wherever they're coming next, stand with us. Stand with us against this. This was so...
Yeah, we're going to make hats out of that tinfoil.
So unnecessary. And
yeah, we're doing good. We're almost at 100 thumbs up.
Maybe we're at the...
Hit that thumbs up, everybody.
Do you have no decency? Do you have no decency? We have someone dead in their car for no reason whatsoever. And...
listen to this guy. For no reason whatsoever.
I don't want to be right about
she didn't do nothing to get shot.
They're going to create a chaotic situation where someone innocent's going to get killed. And they did it. And now we hear more political
listen to this douchebag.
Enough is enough. And so to Minnesotans, don't take the bait.
Good night, Catherine.
Do not take the bait. Do not allow them to deploy federal troops into here. Do not allow them to invoke the Insurrection Act.
This guy is such a douchebag.
Martial law. Do not allow them to lie about the security and the decency of this
He
state.
needs to go ahead and quit tonight, and he could be back being a birthday clown by next week.
Neighbors. I encourage you to use your First Amendment rights and all of your constitutional rights, but do so in a peaceful manner. We'll gather back with you as soon as we gather more.
Look at him. He's lost 20 pounds. He's gone. This guy is, he ain't sleeping. He ain't eating. Look at him. Look how thin he is. Look how thin he is. He was a big fat birthday clown just a week ago.
We'll take a 2-minute break.
My God, dude. Seriously, dude. Seriously and stuff. Wow. Tampon Tim. He is asking for more civil anarchy. That's, yeah, it's duplicitous to say the least. Absolutely. So, yeah, absolutely. Don't forget to hit that thumbs up, guys. We're almost to 100 thumbs up tonight. I do appreciate it. Great numbers tonight. It really helps out. We've been working on building this channel for a long time. I've got some mods that have been with me for a long time, and the numbers keep going up. We're doing good here. Over 25,000 subs now, over 3 million views, and we have over, I think we're at about 1,200 videos now. So we're just literally keeping it moving here. And the channel's doing great. Our backup channel, Starship After Dark, and our new radio station that's going to be syndicated here before long, called Pile Up Radio. Radio for ham radio guys. And so it's going to be a lot of fun. And Heath, thanks for being here tonight. I do appreciate it. And yep, I will see you tomorrow. I'm going to be signing off here pretty soon, guys. I'm very tired. I worked all day. I produced 3 hours of conservative talk radio on Fox Radio here locally. I produced the show here, and then I got off from that, drove straight home, and went right back on the air here. And I've now been on the air 4 hours and 18 minutes here. So that's That's almost 7.5 hours of live programming today, and I am feeling the strain. My eyes are hurting right now from looking at these screens, and so I am going to be signing off pretty soon. Here's a recap of what I know right now. There is 2 dead, and 8 shot, 2 dead. In Salt Lake City, looks to be some kind of gang thing happened at a funeral behind a church of Latter-day Saints. And we do not know much about the shooter. He is still at large, and we will be covering this tomorrow night when I go on at 9. When I get up in the morning, I'm going to check if there's breaking news in the morning or in the early afternoon. I will be taking it. I'll go live. You'll get the notification. Make sure you hit that bell. And then tomorrow night at 9 p.m. I will be back on again for the Sights and Sounds of Earth right here on Starship Adventures, and we will be covering whatever's going on tomorrow night. Is there going to be more protesting or less protesting? I will tell you something that's got me a little worried tonight. These protests seem to run like about an 8-day cycle, okay? They're all a little different. Day 1, day 2, day 3. Usually day 3 and 4 are the big days, and then 5 winding down, 6 winding down to 8, 9 winding down to almost nothing. That is what happened with the No Kings. That's what happened with the protest before that. And even you can add a few days to the equation, and that's pretty much what happened even with Floyd. The momentum doesn't last. It only lasts so long, but it does take 3 or 4 days for the momentum to build up, for all the anarchists to make their way there, for all of the far left wingers to make it there, for all of your radicals, your people that are crazy enough to drive a van up in there to get there. And once you finally get all the elements in place, normally by day 3 or day 4, you'll have the peak amount of disorder, and then things will begin to wind back down. And that's kind of the psychology of these things. Yep, they're going to light up the Freedom Tower green for Muslim Heritage Month. That's true. And I think they're also going to light up the uplights too, green for Muslim Heritage Month. I think it's a atrocity. I can't even think about it. To light up the area that was literally taken down by radical Muslims, and to turn around and celebrate Muslim heritage at that same site is disrespectful. It's disgusting. And I don't think as Americans we should tolerate it. You may be right, Heath. By being governor, it does afford him some clout, if you will. Guys, my throat's about had it. I can hardly speak. I'm going to have to go and not speak to anybody until I go out tomorrow. To keep my mouth completely quiet and save my voice for tomorrow. Yeah, I think you could be right, Heath. All right, if you guys are new to the stream, hang out for a while. We just met Catherine and Prism a few weeks ago, and more people are coming in. We're meeting. Once you're here for 4 or 5 weeks, 6 weeks, we email. I make you a mod, and we just go right on. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm building quite a base here, and we're doing good. And I really do appreciate everybody coming in tonight. Last call for the chat room. If there's anything you'd like to say real quick before we sign out. When I sign off, I will leave all of the screens on and everything for about 10 more minutes as I play some out music. Okay? So I'm just letting you guys know, just because I'm signing off, there's still about 10 more minutes here where the music will be playing. And what that does is it allows people to it allows people to finish their conversations, and it allows for people to make sure that all their business is concluded and all that kind of good stuff.
Sure.
So That's kind of why I do that. All right, and I move this over here.
Go ahead.
There it is.
Yeah, with one male.
Shut that off. All right, let's see. Yeah, Silver, I don't know. We'll have to see. I can't say you're wrong. I mean, it's we'll have to see what happens. I'm going to say something now that's a little ignorant, but I'm going to say it anyway. I'm not too worried about these people in their insurrection, okay? The people in the blow-up dolls, okay? The feminine males, the bitchy females, the craziness that goes on in these rallies, and the old ladies waving their fists at the moon. You know, the whole thing, it's laughable. These people, come on. I don't know. And if there is civil unrest, it's not these people doing it, it's the anarchists that follow them. So, I don't know, it's one of them things, crazy stuff. Yeah, but I think tomorrow night might actually be bigger, and I'm actually trying to set it up to where I can be on by 8 tomorrow. So look for me to come on early tomorrow if things are going on, and I will again stay late tomorrow as well. It is 1 o'clock on the East Coast, and that makes it 10 o'clock on the left coast. My coverage has been going for 4 hours and 25 minutes, and I'm going to go ahead and call it. I will be leaving things on for about 10 more minutes. We'll play a couple of songs for you guys, and we'll kick it out that way. Check out some of this music that I've been writing. I write it with Suno, and I use Grok, and I use all these AIs together, and I'm having a real good time doing it, and it's been a lot of fun. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to play you guys out with a couple of songs. Wayne, thank you for joining the crew. We're here every night at 9 p.m. Eastern. I hope to see you back tomorrow night. I think we'll be covering this whole thing again tomorrow. All right, I'll be leaving the screen up for about 10 minutes. Here's a couple of songs. The first one is about my favorite activity in ham radio, and that is a little thing that's called Parks on the Air. I absolutely love Parks on the Air. Is this going to play or what? Oh, for Christ's sake. I'm having such a hard time with Windows. It does not handle audio worth a shit. Yep, it's set to play, but it's not playing. God bless America. Always some bullshit. I'll never understand why it has to be this way. Let me just change everything around here. Oh, and that didn't fix it. Wow. Okay, well. I cannot believe this thing. Oh well. Stupid. No matter how smooth you try to make a show, Windows will not allow it to happen. This is frustrating. What in the F is, seriously. Jeez. Oh well, I'll just shut it off at some point. I give up. It won't even play it through the desktop. I think something's wrong. Oh, I fucking hate Windows.
We're loving every mile. Parks on the air, crank it loud, feel the rush. Portable power in the great outdoors hush. From coast to coast in the mountains so high, we're working the world under open sky. Parks on the air, the future looks bright. Ham radio fun from morning till night. Parks on the air, forever we'll roam. Parks on the air, parks on the air. Grab your gear and go. The park is waiting there. Parks on the air. 73.
Good night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern, or actually it's tonight now that it's after midnight. We'll see you tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on the Sights and Sounds of Earth on Starship Adventures. My name's Ian. Good night, everybody. 7 3s.